A woman never belongs to you. It's just your turn. You lost your edge, she lost attraction for you. That's how it works. What'd you think she was gonna do? Tell you she cheated? Men cannot afford to get complacent in relationships. Get your fat ass off the couch, start lifting weights, and learn game. You're welcome.
And now your man,
Donovan Sharpe.
What's up, guys? It's your man, Donovan Sharpe, and welcome to the 1202nd edition of TSR Live, your daily dose of toxic masculinity, misogyny, and small dick energy. It's been a while, but it is Tuesday, November the 11th of 2025. It is good to have you guys in today. Been gone for a little while, and I will quickly... I know it's been a while since you guys have seen me, and many reasons for that. Number one, make sure I don't know why my head is always crooked. I think I have like some sort of equilibrium. So Devin and I, this past weekend, we went to Folly Beach, South Carolina, to attend her brother's wedding, So we went down there for a little, I think it was like we were down there for 3 or 4 days, and so now, Devin has a sister and 2 brothers, and they are all married. Everyone is married. Her sister got married a couple of years ago. Devin is obviously married to me, and now both of her brothers. And now both of her brothers are married. And I'm gonna read your comments here, guys. I'm gonna read your comments here because I already see a lot of you guys saying things that I already disagree with in terms of this whole debate. And of course, I haven't seen it, haven't watched it. I do this so that you guys can get my real and authentic reaction. But I find it very interesting that Devin's family, a white family, everybody is married. Everybody is married. Obviously, Devin and, Devin's mom and dad are married. Devin is, quote unquote, married to me. Sister's married. 3 brothers are married. I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters. So Devin is one of 4. I'm one of 5. I'm the oldest of 5. Devin is the second oldest of 4. And of all of the 5 of us, okay, only one of us is legally married, right? Only one of us is legally married. Neither one of my sisters is married, okay? Neither one of my sisters is married. My kid brother is not married. I don't think he'll ever be married. Jesus, don't even get me started, right? But I just find it interesting. I find it interesting that in a black family, only 40, and you can't even really call it 40, only 40% of the siblings are married, whereas with the white family, it is now 100%. It is now 100%. And wouldn't you know it, no female in my immediate family is married. No female in my immediate family is married. Love my mom, love my sisters. I do. But there's a reason why they're unmarried. Let's go ahead and call it what it is. But yes. So to make a very long story very, very short, and yes, happy Veterans Day. Happy Veterans Day to all of our military veterans out there. Shout out to my MBJ. I know he's a veteran. Devin's sister is actually a veteran. My father, my brother, they're both veterans. That is one of the many regrets of my life. I should have joined the military right out of high school instead of trying to go and achieve in this and that and the third. But I've got a lot of other things going on, guys, as you guys can probably imagine. And to be honest with you, the reason why I haven't done much live streaming lately is because I've gotten a little bit burned out. Number one. Number 2, it's just not as profitable as it once was. I'm never going to stop live streaming. I'm never going to stop being Donovan Sharpe. But if something is not as profitable as some of the other projects and things I have going on, I've got to spend less time doing it. And so there's going to be a lot less edited videos. It's just going to be live streams, mainly live streams from here on out. We will continue to do our dating show breakdowns. All right. Okay, let's see. Let me read some of your... Diabolical Man says, the short man syndrome is strong with CGA. No, I have not. No, I have not seen the debate, as someone asked. And guys, I want you guys to understand. I want you guys to understand. I'm friends with both of these people. Okay, I'm friends with Andrew Wilson, and I'm very good friends with Coach Greg Adams. And so, listen, I'm not telling you. I'm not going to tell you what opinions you have to have. I'm not going to punish you. I'm not going to scold you for having a negative opinion of either or both of these people, but I thank you to respect my relationship with both men. You can say what you want about CGA and Andrew Wilson, but I am respectfully requesting that you keep that out of my chat. It has nothing to do with me taking sides. It's just two men that I have a very deep admiration for. I have a very deep admiration for both of those men. I respect both of those men profusely, and so whether you like CGA or Andrew Wilson, whether you respect them, that's fine. Listen, you're entitled to your opinion, but I'm respectfully requesting you guys. Okay, these guys are my friends. Okay, these guys are my cohorts. I've known CGA for years. I've known Andrew Wilson for a little bit over a year. He's actually had a pretty impactful. He's been pretty impactful in my life, if you can believe it. And so, listen, I'm not going to come out here and start talking. No. Just please, just be respectful to both men. Do it for me, guys. Do it for me. Diabolical Man says, yeah, but that stuff is personal. What Andrew did wasn't red pill, but the guy loves his wife, and some of the things past are all fabricated. I guess we'll get into that. Dr. B84 says this debate had people split between CGA and Andrew. Yeah, that's what the reactions are. Half the people are saying Andrew won the debate. Half the people are saying CGA won the debate. I have seen in comments and reactions that things did get a little personal. So, and listen, man, I'll call a spade a spade. You know. Diabolical Man wants to call the ambulance. He wants to call the ambulance. Lemon Squeezy says on the Rumble side, says, Donovan, I missed your live streams. Glad you're back. He also says, I'm a fan of Andrew. I didn't know CJ before this debate, but now I'm a fan of both. Well, there you go. That's exactly right. There you go. Kolya says, I've been waiting to hear Don cover this one. Yeah, I appreciate that. Siege Clan says CGA spanked that dude, and then somebody else said Andrew cooked CGA. And I think what we all have to admit to ourselves is that the way we judge debates normally, and this is just to me, this is just the human condition. The way we judge winners and losers in debates depends upon whether or not we like the person in the debate. If it's Andrew Wilson versus I fucking hate Destiny. I can't stand him. So of course I'm going to be biased in favor of Andrew because I simply do not like Destiny and his ilk. I don't like what he stands for. All the cheese pizza stuff and the domestic abuse that he has admitted, you know, his pompousness. Myron gets along with Destiny, and that's fine. But I don't have the emotional maturity to respect a man like Destiny. And so I can admit that anytime Destiny is in a debate with anybody, I don't like the guy, right? So I think a lot of us, we need to understand, we have to learn to, and we're men, guys. We have to think of things objectively. And I know it can be very hard because we are all very human. But those of you who like Coach Greg Adams are going to probably be biased towards him, and those who are biased towards Andrew Wilson will probably say he won the debate. I have an equal amount of admiration for both men, and I'm not going to say that I'm gonna be the definitive, judge on who won the debate and who didn't, this and that and the third. I'm pretty sure that this discussion was informative on both sides. So we'll see what happens. Batman says Andrew won. The Nog didn't even understand what Andrew was saying. Okay. Jim Director says Coach is exposing the Mitches and hypocrites in the quote manosphere. I would not doubt it. Ill Subliminal says volume. How's my volume, guys? Can you guys hear me loud and clear? Am I too low? Am I blown out? You guys let me know. You guys are all my de facto sort of producers here. Absolutely. Malarkey says, I love the red pill, but Andrew really made me rethink a lot of positions with this one. And I'm glad listen, man, if watching this discussion or debate made you think or change your opinions on some things, then, mission accomplished, right? Mission accomplished. Chris Williams with the $2 super chat. Oops. Of course, I don't have the... Hold on. Let's try that again. Chris Williams with the $2 super chat says, salute to the veterans today. Yes, absolutely. Happy Veterans Day. Happy Veterans Day. Kolya says, CJ coached the girls' basketball team, and they were all taller than him. I'm not sure what that has to do with this particular debate. But again, I hold Coach Greg Adams in high regard. I mean, I don't know why making or how making fun of his height invalidates any of his points. We'll see. Blue Orion says no sound. Yep, turn up the volume. Rack 1966 says they both cooked, both had solid points. Can't wait for DS's point of view. Absolutely. Garrett says the manosphere is not Christian. I don't think so either. Rack 1966 says never mind. Well, wait a minute. Here we go. Well, I'll get into all that. Praetorian Guard is in the house. Has been a minute D. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, guys, like I said, guys, the reason why I've sort of been on and off, is because, there's a little burnout. Plus, we're getting ready for the holidays and all that other kind of stuff. So that's just, Marlins fan says, are the lines open? I had questions. Yes, actually, the pull-up line is open. I totally forgot to mention that. Totally forgot to mention the pull-up line. Hang on. I'm going to pin the link in the chat. And whether you agree or disagree, you can come up. Normally I'll have people come up only if they disagree. But we'll see here. Let's see. Got something to say. Hashtag pull up. All right, so the link is officially pinned in the chat. Lemon Squeezy says, is CGA black pilled? That's a good question, actually. I know a lot of the ideas that he espouses do overlap with some of the black pill stuff to a degree. And again, I love Joker. Love Joker to death. That dude is black pilled. Joker is absolutely black pilled. Honestly, he's probably my favorite black pillar. Like we all know that, dude, Southern Israelite, turd flinging monkey's a black pill guy. I don't even have a problem with him anymore. Who's another black pill guy? MGTOW dictionary, blah, 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 blah. Is CGA black pilled? Listen, I think we're all black pilled, to a certain degree. I think being red pilled, I think if you are red pilled, you have to be black pilled to a degree. So CGA is probably not all the way black pill. He's probably a little bit more black pill than I am, but that's the way I see it. X Bravo says, what's the prescription Andrew offered? What's wrong with coach saying live your best life? I guess we'll see. I guess we will see. Wait a minute. Malarkey says, how was Myrtle, Donovan, if you haven't talked about it yet? Yes, actually, so we were not at Myrtle Beach. We were at Folly Beach. Folly Beach, South Carolina was unbelievable. Loved it. You guys know me. I do not like, I hate the South. I absolutely hate the South. I do. I hate everything about it except for Folly Beach. So let's see. Come Super Bad says CJ offers degenerative solutions. Okay, so I guess you're more of a Christian. All right, guys. So the pull-up line is open. And so let's go ahead and get into it, man. This was clearly a very divisive topic: marriage versus non-marriage. Let's go ahead and get into it. There we are.
All right, guys, stay tuned. We're about to get this debate going. Just figuring out something real quick.
Okay, I guess they're...
All right.
So you're marrying there?
Okay. Coach. All right.
Sorry, guys.
I can pull my notes up. What's happening?
You got an active chat, bro. Good shit. 806. All right. Coach Alini.
Yeah.
Who's that?
That's me.
Oh, that's you? Coach Alini?
Coach Alini. Illini?
Coach and Andrew Wilson in the same room. Yes, sir. This is going to be a battle.
I'm just gonna skip all this here.
Oh no, which one?
Oh, Mondi Hinto says starts like 30 minutes
right.
into it. Oh, okay then. Let me.
Go ahead.
You're imagining.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute.
These religious marriage institutions.
This thing going. I'll kick it
Okay, here
off.
we
You
go.
guys ready?
Yep.
All right.
Do it.
Yeah, we're good. Okay, guys, finally getting started. Thanks for being patient. I know there was some delays. We got Andrew here versus Coach Greg Adams.
CM Superbad says CJ offers only what already is, thus why society is the way it is. Most secular people will say Andrew is crazy, but in reality, it worked in the past. So in theory, I could still work. Yeah, disagree. Listen, man, and I guess you're talking about marriage, but just like you guys say, hope isn't a strategy. You know what I mean? Like modern marriage as determined by the state, it's a bad bet. It's a bad bet. And, you know, I'm not about to sit here and tell people, hey, you know, just have a little faith. Sorry. I don't endorse that.
Okay, the free agent lifestyle. We're going to talk about today, is marriage worth it for men in the West? So let's get into some opening statements. Who wants to start off?
Hell no.
Yeah, man, marriage is a great institution. It was an institution that built the community of America. Most of the better communities that have safety, good children, good schools are typically centered around marriage. However, marriage has not progressed to the point where men could be safe legally.
Good point.
And a lot of men have experienced tremendous damage, collateral damage as a result. And it has led to broken families, a lot of broken hearts,
Hey,
simply
Elena's in the house.
because the laws are not positioned to benefit both people in a divorce. Therefore, you have no fault divorce. You have opportunities for women to use the courts against men. And as a result, men have seen 1, 2, and 3 generations of men getting harmed, their grandfathers, their fathers, their uncles, their brothers getting harmed by this. So Generation Z men are not positioning themselves for a positive marriage. So at this particular point, if someone asks me,
CM Superbad says, and hope is better than what we have now. Disagree. Hope is not a strategy. I'm sorry. Listen, I hear what you're saying. But guys, hope is not a strategy, okay? And I understand where you're coming from. But this hope that you guys have, this is what women are trading on and preying on, okay? Men, we're the true romantics. There's nothing romantic about the modern woman. Okay, the modern woman is designed to survive, and survival has no morality. Survival is survival. It doesn't matter what's right or what's wrong. What is necessary to survive? All right? And so what you're essentially asking men to do is have faith that the system will somehow, and Elena said it in the chat, is Andrew conflates ought with what is. There is no. Should marriage be? Marriage ought to be a great institution. It's not. Marriage ought to be beneficial for men, women, and children. It's not. It's only beneficial for women financially.
would I recommend marriage for them, and they were in a certain position in life, they weren't established, I would say no. There's no benefit for the person to get married today.
Got it. Your response, Andrew?
Yeah, I didn't hear any anti-marriage arguments. I heard anti-divorce arguments. So,
Well, and that's a very good point by Andrew. I didn't hear any anti-marriage arguments. I heard an anti-divorce. Well, guess what, Mr. Wilson? And guys, I love Andrew, but you can't get divorced unless you get married, okay? The problem isn't marriage. The problem is the divorce. If there weren't, and again, you have to understand that women now, as far as the divorce courts, they are paid to leave. Women are incentivized to end relationships, and so this is what they're doing.
I'm with you on divorce, 100%.
CM Superbad says non-secular relationships aren't built on hope. Secular ones are. This is the point. Yeah, CM Superbad, I need you to come up. You seem to, CM Superbad, buddy. And listen, I love people like you. I really, 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 really do. But people like you who tend to run off at the mouth in the chat, you tend to run off in the mouth with the chat, only with the chat. Okay? If you think if you have a point to make, I don't mind you commenting every once in a while, but I'm not going to allow people like you to come in here and start writing all of these soliloquies. If you have that much to say, I thank you to come up and actually talk to me about it. Because here's the thing, you can pull up right now. I've got the pull-up line. I've got the pull-up line all set and ready to go, right? And listen, we can be adversarial, we can be respectful with one another, and we can also disagree. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to let some theologian in my chat dominate the conversation. Okay? Celestial 2 says it right now. Non-secular relationships, please. And listen, I love Andrew Wilson, but I think what you need to understand, CM Punk or whatever your name is, I'm not a religious person, dude. Like, this is the wrong. If you're looking for me if you think that this is the type of channel that I'm going to thump on the Bible, I'm sorry, man. Listen, the Bible worked 2,000 years ago because there were things in place 2,000 years ago. The Bible is irrelevant today. Yes, the Bible does espouse some, red pill talking points, but no, the Bible is not for modern women. Okay, the Bible is a 2,000-year-old publication that no longer applies to women. So miss me with the Bible thumping. Pull up and let's have a discussion.
Stream over.
And
I agree.
But it's a good thing that the topic isn't on divorce; it's on marriage. And it seems like you agree with.
Eben Zuer, member for 57 months. Says 2 intellectual heavyweights in the RP. Lots, absolutely.
My proposition then, and the proposition is that marriage, quote, is a great institution.
Yep.
And that right now your concern is that men can't be safe in marriage, but that's not actually what you're saying. You're not saying men can't be safe in marriage. They can. You're saying that they may not be safe in divorce. So I have a counter proposition for you. My counter proposition is, what if it's the case that you can use religious marriage institutions without the state? And then we add the ecclesiastical.
There we go. Yep. Now we're talking. This is where I side with the people who would use religion in place of the state. I am, and guys, just so we're clear, Donovan Sharpe, I am 100% in favor of marriage. I am 100% in favor of the nuclear family. Mom, dad, siblings, the dog, the house, the car, and all that other kind of stuff, right? I'm 100% in favor of that. However, do not get the state involved. Okay, Devin and I, we're married. We didn't get the state involved. I wear a wedding ring, so does she. We had a ceremony in front of our friends, in front of our closest friends and families. We broadcasted it all over YouTube. Okay, a red pill marriage. I don't call Devin my girlfriend. I don't call her my main chick. I call her my wife. But we are not tied together by the state. So if you are a man who does believe in marriage, even if you're not religious, go get married. You don't even have to go get married in the church. Have a ceremony. Okay? But marriage served families and communities well when it was overseen by the church. This is why we have separation of church and state. But when the state got involved, when the government got involved with marriage with no-fault divorce, that's when marriage no longer was advantageous to men. That's how this works.
The structure of the marriage, that's what always kept them together anyway, before the state was ever involved. So what if instead we use the ecclesiastical church, the structure of the old churches, that would be Catholicism and Orthodoxy, where you see the lowest divorce rates, because the community puts pressure on the women to act right. That's what they do. Right now, the state applies no pressure on women to act right? You can just go and file whatever you want.
CM Superbad says, look, Donovan, I'm not saying convert. What I am, and I never said that you said that. He said, what I am saying is that Andrew's point is irrefutable because he's saying you can mitigate risk in non-secular marriages, but you cannot ever mitigate risk in non-secular relationships. Yeah, and you're right. You're absolutely right. In order, and this is what I teach men to do. This is what I teach men to do. Is I teach men to mitigate that risk. If you really want to have a marriage-like relationship, call her your wife, dude. Cut the cake, have the ceremony. Just keep the state out of it. So I will agree with you on that. That doesn't make his point non-refutable.
A divorce and
Marlins fan says black people don't commit the most crimes. Oh Jesus Christ! We already got, dude. I swear to God. Do we already have a nigga in the chat? Hold up, man. Hold up. We got to pull up the Periscope. Hold up. We got to pull up Nope. I thought it was Jamal Obama. I guess it ain't. I guess it ain't Jamal Obama. We already got a nigga in the chat. We already got a nigga in the chat. We got the niggadar. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got the nigga. Look. Check it out. Number one, black people do commit the most crimes. And number two, see number one. Let's continue.
Go be banging the neighbor by the next night. We totally agree on that. But to say that we should abandon marriage is silly. It seems like you're completely pro-marriage. You're just anti-divorce. So why wouldn't you just throw your weight behind institutions where the divorce rate is the least and you have an ecclesiastical structure which can be appealed to assist with that? That's what makes no sense to me.
Okay, all right. That's
My response to that.
That's a fair question. And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, it appears to me like Andrew is saying, hey, look, I understand what you're talking about with divorce, but why not come up with a non-state sanctioned, and you can take out the ecclesiastical stuff because, I don't want to get too far in the weeds here. And Devin and I, we've had this discussion many, many times. Most religions at their core fundamentally are pretty much the same. Just be nice to people. Don't kill anybody. Don't fuck your neighbor's wife. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, don't steal. Like, pretty much just be a good person. Treat people well. And that's pretty much religion. Yes, there are different nuances that make one religion different from another. But by and large, most religions are the same in that be a decent person and treat people with human decency. That's really what religion is from sea to shining sea, if that's what you want to say.
Is if we're fifths, we beat all drunk. All right. So that's a scenario that just isn't present.
Can you explain the analogy for me?
Well, if we use if, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. If we say if we have a situation where this is present, then this would work. Well, that makes sense. If we had that,
we do have it right now.
Well, it doesn't necessarily work because, and I'm going to tell you why, because a woman can go to a divorce attorney and they can simply just say, hey, listen, it was a off the cuff, off the state divorce, but you got married within a certain state, or she filed in a certain state, so therefore the divorce goes on.
No,
absolutely,
okay.
yes. Listen, I've been with the divorce attorneys, and what they'll tell you is, hey, listen, you can get married in the ritual, you can get married in the orthodoxy, you can get married off record, but if she files and that woman is hell-bent on saying, we got married, I don't care if it was a ceremony where we walked on coals with our feet bare, that's considered a marriage. You also...
Yeah, and again, you guys who are coming in here one way or the other, Andrew got clowned, CGA got cooked. Listen, if you don't like Coach Greg Adams, just say that. If you don't like Andrew Wilson, just say that, okay? You don't have to explain to me why you don't like CGA or Andrew Wilson, but declaring that the person that you don't like lost the debate, that makes zero sense. Let's try to use a little discernment here, guys.
We'll have common law. You have a lot.
Marlins fan says, no need to bash black people. We have it bad already. Oh, my God. No need to bash black people. We have it bad already. Marlins fan, you niggas make it bad for yourself. Okay? You niggas blame everything on everything but yourself. So yeah, I'll talk shit about niggas because, well, that's what I want to do. If you want to continue to be a victim, be my guest. But I'm not going to stop calling out nigga shit because you have a problem with it. Sorry.
A lot of other ways for that woman to establish marriage.
How does your way eliminate common law?
I don't have any way to eliminate common law. So what I have is a way for men to avoid
then the
being
argument's
used.
silly.
No, the argument's not silly. So here's what you have. You have a if proposition, which doesn't exist for most men. Most men aren't religious. Most men aren't looking to be under a religious orthodoxy. So it doesn't apply. So you're taking a moral standard or a religious standard to apply to people who aren't under that veil.
So let's start with a couple of things you said which are fundamentally untrue. Most men are religious, in fact, including in this country. Most of them, not some of them.
But they're not religious.
Hang on. I didn't interrupt.
I understand, but maybe just take that point. Most aren't under your religion.
Okay.
We can agree with that.
So here's the thing, though. But Catholicism and Orthodoxy is growing rapidly. And if it's the case that the ecclesiastical structure is already there, which it is, right? If you're going to cohabitate with a woman, The thing that you're offering right now is common law marriage anyway, if there's cohabitation at all. You're not.
Common law marriage. And this, and guys, this is where. Is that vodka? Does he have vodka? I don't know if it's vodka or not. That looks like a liquor bottle. This is another way that I teach men. This is another way that I teach men to mitigate risk. Okay? It's no accident that Devin and I lived in the state of New Jersey and now live in the state of Nevada, because neither one of those states recognizes common law marriage. And for those of you who haven't been paying attention, common law marriage in some states, if you live with a person, if you cohabitate with a person long enough, the state gets involved to say, okay, you are now married by common law, which means now we have control over your relationship, meaning now she can take half. We don't live in a common law marriage state. There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that.
Protecting anybody from that. At least under my model, it gives an ecclesiastical structure that's designed to prevent divorce by applying community pressure. That was the way it was always done. Apply the application of community pressure within the confines of the woman's social circle. Right now, do you agree with me, for instance, that many divorces happen because women like to yap? So you get a freshly divorced woman, and she's
fair.
free. You go, girl. Girl power. And she starts talking to her little friends.
Legend said that he came into this chat to troll and shift the narrative to race on purpose. We are discussing the debate. Dude, I don't mind calling out niggas. I don't give a shit.
And she starts telling them how liberating it is and how great it is and this and that. And this
Oh,
is
it
why
is
when
that is a liquor bottle?
women have
Okay.
divorced friends, their likelihood of divorce actually rapidly increases. It's for this reason.
Divorce is contagious.
So if it's the case that this social...
Yeah. Okay. So Andrew had Coach Greg Adams in the corner. CGA said, divorce is contagious. Hit him with that overhead jab.
agent's eliminated because now we have an ecclesiastical structure, an ecclesiastical authority, which won't grant it because you get ostracized from that social group through excommunication.
Talking shit. That's actually pretty good. It says, Don, cohabitate means don't test drive the horse. I think that's above my pay grade. Cohabitation is not for everybody. It's not for everybody. If you're going to be a man, and listen, I'll be honest with you. If you're going to be a man and you are going to cohabitate with a woman, dude, you have to have a steel backbone. You have to have literal iron, titanium frame. Titanium frame. Because while I am in a cohabitating relationship, I do not recommend that for the layperson.
Communication, for instance, or not being able to participate anymore with that community, that's an application of a serious and significant social pressure, which can do the very thing you want. Bring back that great institution, absent the state, and it avoids this whole problem of common law marriage. Because if it's the case that you can be common law married anyway inside of the state, and they can get grounds for divorce on that anyway, then we actually need to have some social pressures to prevent them from doing that. So it sounds like we agree marriage is awesome for men. Divorce is terrible for them. So it seems like we should be attacking the divorce structure here, and it doesn't seem like you actually have anything to do that other than just avoid the thing that's great for you because this other bad side effect could happen.
Sure.
The other bad side effect could happen, but what Andrew is disingenuously not mentioning is that most times the bad thing does happen. Dude, women end 90% of all relationships, whether they're legal or not. And of course, we all know on this side of the web that women file for divorce 75 to 80% of the time. So for Andrew to say, well, the reason why you're afraid of marriage is because of what could happen. No, what could happen is what usually does happen.
So
It's
why
like
don't
smoking
we
cigarettes.
So why don't we attack the bad side effect when we have the mechanism to do it? It's not if, we can do it now.
Okay,
right
so
this
like
second.
smoking cigarettes is the same analogy you're saying. Okay, here cigarettes in this situation.
Yeah, Mike Nice says women initiate divorces, so what's a man supposed to do? Yeah, not get married, not get legally married.
We obviously know it has negative side effects, so you would avoid it. Now, here's the issue that I have with it. It sounds great on paper, but we can't travel to the land of make-believe. It sounds great. The majority of people probably wouldn't do it. And if you ask a guy, which this is an important part, they're not even prepared to even talk about that. They don't even know what divorce laws are.
Wow,
So you're asking them to travel to the land of make-believe under a marriage system that small percentage of people use, No one uses it today. You might have said they used it to the past. Today, that doesn't exist. So we can't travel to the land of make-believe to make marriage work for you. It might work in your marriage, but it doesn't work for the greater structure.
Your argument.
Species 666 says, I think a state marriage should have a 1, 2, or 5-year contract where after it expires, you either go your separate ways or renew it. Devin and I actually did a thought experiment on that one time. We actually talked about like the expiring marriage contract. Elena says, I love Devin. She is a good woman, but the state gets involved with kids.
Here contradicts itself because on the one hand you say men don't know enough about marriage, but my assumption is that your mission is to let men know about marriage.
Absolutely.
Okay, well then I don't understand how it's the land of make-believe if you can let them know about this, but I can't.
Sure.
Right.
And
So
you can offer that.
So if
You
I
can offer
am,
that.
it sounds like I'm offering a real alternative to what you're offering. And here's what you're offering.
To a degree.
Men, marriage is great. It's a great institution. It's the best for children. These are your words. In marriage, right? Men seem to thrive. Their health seems to thrive. Everything seems to thrive. You're saying, well, the problem is that divorce rates are high, and they are. However, there's a few things there that you haven't covered. One, it depends on demographic too. For instance,
that's fair.
if you're black, it's going to be way worse than if you're white.
Correct.
Okay,
Very true.
way
Very
worse.
true.
And also socioeconomics matters, right? Demographics in general matter. So you can do a lot, actually, including prenuptial agreements. You can have a prenuptial agreement with the ecclesiastical authority without the state even involved, and it seems like that would mitigate your risk to damn near nothing.
You said if about 50 times.
So did
today.
you.
There it is.
Now, here's what I'm telling you.
Again, and again, I agree with Andrew, but this if thing, and guys, we can't take chances. This is why guys like me tell men like you, do not get married. There are too many, and again, if that's the hope strategy, and I understand where Andrew is coming from, and you guys have to understand this. You guys have to understand this. Andrew Wilson's married. He's been married for what, almost 20 years, man. That's a great life. I can't imagine a man who's been married for as long as he has to a woman that he's been married to and raising a family and being able to spread their. I can't imagine that anyone would speak out against that. Like expecting Andrew Wilson to concede to Coach Greg Adams that marriage is indeed a farce. That's you're asking too much. That's just all there is to it, guys.
I'm telling you when, all right? We're already in this system. You're going outside of the system to create a scenario for me to argue
What
against.
system are you going outside of?
We're talking about marriage is typically done with the state. Almost everyone does it this way.
Typically
so now
is
you're
not-
hold
is
on for a
not
second. Hold on
must.
for a second. You've
Typically
moved the
doesn't mean
goalposts.
anything.
You've moved the goalposts to a scenario of if, and you're arguing
is.
from the if.
Is.
No, hold on for a second. You're arguing from the if perspective.
It is perspective.
No, listen.
It is
Give
the
me a
is
chance to
perspective.
listen.
All right,
give
I'll
me a
give you
chance.
Go ahead.
You're arguing from a very small percentage point. Now you're saying demographics, and we can talk about that, but you're still trying to get me to argue in your cloud of if. That's the land of make believe. Most people, by far, are married to the state. Not only
Right.
that, your land of make believe still exists. The prenup with the ecclesiastics. You can write whatever you want in that prenup.
That's right.
It only matters
Not only that, prenups are routinely thrown out in divorce court.
in the divorce. That's the reality. So I'm still dealing in reality. You're
am
in
I.
the clouds. Hold on for a second. You're in the
Okay.
clouds. So let's take the demographics.
Okay.
In your scenario, it sounds like, which would be fair, your primary concern is with white people.
No, it's with
Hold
all
on for a
people.
second. You said with black people, the demographics, the chance is higher.
Yeah.
So have you discovered the ecclesiastics approach to black people married within this?
Yes.
However, their demographics, economics, which all do affect marriage, has nothing to do in the land of the clouds or the make-believe with ecclesiastics. It's all going to boil down to
And when we talk about ecclesiastics and ecclesiastical, I think what Andrew is referring to, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is our religious fundamentals. When he says we should get married and have an ecclesiastical background, my guess is that that's a religious background. So
in the law. And there's no church
FX Trader says it sounds like one of them lives on Fantasy Island and the other in reality. That's exactly right. And here's the thing. Andrew doesn't live in Fantasy Island because his fantasy is very much a reality. Andrew is married. He has a wife. He has children, and their relationship, their marriage appears to be working, and very, very well. However, and I think I've actually talked about this as it pertains to a guy like Patrick Bet-David. Patrick Bet-David, we've seen him scold Adam Sosnick because Adam he's red-pilled. He's red-pilled. Yes, we all agree Adam's a snake and this and that and the third, but we've all seen Adam. We know Adam Sosnick is absolutely red-pilled. And when Andrew gets a little, when Adam gets a little bit too red-pilled for PBD, PBD jumps in with all of his ideologue. Patrick Bet-David has never been red-pilled. He's fortunate. Like, we should all be so lucky to not have to have been red-pilled. PBD, like, ignorance is bliss, guys. Ignorance is bliss. And I'm not saying that Andrew Wilson is ignorant, but he clearly, he doesn't have the same battle scars that we do. I remember Coach Greg Adams for a long time. He forgot. He actually thought, when he first started watching me, he actually thought that I had never been married. He thought that I was, and this was partially my fault because I guess I just didn't communicate that as much in the early days. But I remember when I had him on the first time, he's like, oh, I didn't think you'd ever been married. It's like, yes, CGA, I have definitely been married. That completely changed his perspective because he's like, okay, this guy's he's been through the mill. And I'm very, very fortunate. I've been married and divorced, and it didn't cost me anything. I've been married and divorced, and it doesn't cost me anything. Okay, so it looks like we've got Marlins fan, whoever you are. All right, Marlins fan, you are on live with Donovan. What's on your mind? Marlins fan, I see that you've pulled up. Would you like to discuss anything? Oh, okay. All right. Well, get your thoughts together. We can discuss.
And that's going to go into your household to make sure there's social pressure on your wife. Do you know any?
Sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know any that can cover all marriages? That
Yes.
answer is no.
Yes.
No,
By the way,
that's
when you
not-
keep
Are we
No, that's not true. Wait, what did he? No, that's not true.
sure there's social pressure on your wife? Do you
Yeah,
know
yes,
any?
sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know
Wait. Hold on.
to all? And there's no church reverend that's going to go into your household to make sure there's social pressure on your wife.
Right.
Do you know
Yes,
any?
sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know any that can
No.
cover all marriages? That
Yes.
answer is no.
Yes.
No.
And by the way, when you keep
Oh, no. Now, look, I got to disagree with Andrew here. Okay? There is no social pressure. There is no social. Is that Big Brandon? Oh, my God. Motherfucking Big Brandon is in the house. Dude, Big Brandon is one of the original TSR OGs. Brandon, we got to talk, my guy. Dude, a lot has happened since the last time I saw you in my chat. For one, I am now on the West Coast. Holy moly, Big Brandon's in the house. Legend said with the $2 super chat, says CGA, what is Andrew is how it should be. Totally agree. And this is what Elena was talking about earlier. Andrew argues about what ought to be. CGA argues about what is. Luna Rava Strike 49 says hostile energy for nothing. Greg Lame. Come on, guys. Again, guys, Andrew and Greg are both my friends. I'm respectfully asking you to please be respectful of my friends while you're in my chat. You can hate whoever you want, okay? You can say whatever you want. Just help me out here and don't bash my guys. Marlins fan says, why do you bash black women? Why do I bash black women? I don't think you really want to know why. I think you're just trying to divert the conversation. Oh, that was you in the chat. Oh, that was you. So Marlins fan says, why do you bash black women? I bash black women because they're fat, they're unruly, they have an attitude problem, they stink, they make terrible wives and mothers and girlfriends, they're selfish, they put their children in danger. I mean, I could go on and on all day. But Marlins fan, I mean, look, dude, I saw you had the balls to actually pull up, but didn't have the balls to discuss things. So listen, I'm happy to go back and forth with you about why black women are American black women are the scourge of the earth. Praetorian Guard with the $5 super chat says, true story. Me and my ex went to church. She left me. We divorced in January 24. She was remarried March 24. There you go. There you go. Pastors have no control over what happens in your bedroom. So I disagree with Andrew here.
Are we in reality here?
I'm
or are we
trying-
in the clouds?
when
I mean,
you're-
we're not arguing anything legitimate. This is in the land of make believe.
Well, when I'm allowed to respond, let me know.
give me a second.
Go ahead.
Let me finish this point.
Go ahead.
You're imagining. Your imagination is great. John Lennon would be great. You know, you would be proud of you at this particular point.
But I'm imagining all the people.
You're imagining all the people under a situation and a structure that you brought in here. All right, but the state highly governs this, and the state highly governs divorce. I'm dealing in a reality situation where I'm trying to counsel men to give information to. The best thing you've told me is that you're willing to give men the option to do this. Are they willing to all do this option? The answer is probably not, just like they're not willing to do what I'm telling them to do. However, we're both attempting, which is a good thing. It's noble. However, your situation rarely exists. Can we talk about the reality of what exists?
Sure.
Absolutely. So let's take your moral religious crusade out of it and talk about the reality.
Yeah, let's
Are you
not.
willing to do that?
Yeah, well, here's the thing.
See, you're not willing to do that
Well,
because it's all based on your reality.
Guess what?
Oh, boy.
It's a debate, and I will argue my points from my view, how I see fit, not for you to cover.
But what I'm not going to do is expect
not
to
my
be arguing
government.
from the land of make believe.
Yeah, but it's
okay.
not- you
All
don't-
right. So
okay, yeah,
anybody
my
have
turn,
the
my turn,
Anybody
relax.
have the anybody have the sound effect for the television show where the train comes through, Mr. Rogers?
Let me know when
because
you-
I want to be on.
Let me know
I
when
want to
you
be
get
on
that.
Earth.
Yeah, let me know.
All right.
All
let's
right,
let
we got somebody that's pulled up. Jabari Henson, you are on Live with Donovan, man. What's going on, man? What's on your mind?
What's good, Don?
Not too bad,
good
man.
To see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you, man. So
I just
what's
wanted
up?
to share something. I didn't think you maybe know, or I don't know if it'll change your mind about like Andrew's, I guess, prescriptions for marriage and stuff.
Okay.
So it turns out that CGA did this breakdown on Andrew and Rachel Wilson.
Mhm.
And so it turns out that he has been divorced. He was actually married to a black woman.
Yeah, CGA, right?
And yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson was married to a black woman. So that was his first marriage. He ends up cheating on that woman with Rachel. They kind of had this off and on relationship. And so he cheats on the black woman with Rachel and ends up getting divorced from her. So he has been divorced, and he didn't answer that when CGA asked him. And now we kind of know why. And so, and then he is like on this back and forth thing with Rachel. And it turns out he's Rachel's third baby daddy. So she has 5 kids from 3 different men.
Okay.
And so it's kind of like, listening to his advice is just kind of like, well, in your own life, it kind of doesn't reflect what you're trying to prescribe for these other men out here.
No,
you
you're
married a
absolute-
2-time.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say you married a 2-time baby mom, who all of her kids are out of wedlock. She wasn't married in any of these situations, and then you are also divorced, and so now you're trying to. And I get people make mistakes, and you can fix your life and give sound advice
Sure.
on certain things. But I would argue that marriage is pretty serious. It's a pretty serious thing, and it's not really working well here in this country. And the statistics don't favor kind of the prescriptions he's giving to men. And so,
You talk about the
I just
prescriptions
wondered-
that Andrew is giving.
correct, yeah. And
Okay,
I think
all right.
CGA, he's aware. So CGA is also divorced, and so he's kind of giving the opposite advice. Be very aware before you go make this big leap in your life, because it can crush your life. You know what I mean? And so
I hear you.
that's kind of CGA's point of view. He has like an ebook or something that's 52 things to do before you get married, which is kind of a extensive vetting process, and I like that a lot more. He also says, hey, maybe don't get married here in this country because the statistics, like I said, don't favor the outcomes really.
No,
And so we've all seen it.
I agree
Go
with you,
ahead,
but
sorry.
but let me no, that's okay. I would caution you. I would actually caution you about, And I think the best example that I can come up with, and I see that somebody else is in the pull-up room. I'll get him in just a second. But I think we need to be very careful, and it's very, very easy to look at someone's past and say, hey, this person did X, Y, and Z, so we shouldn't trust them. And that could be the case to some degree, but I can actually think of two examples here. I remember years and years ago, I can't remember exactly when it was, Jose Canseco came out and said 80% of all Major League Baseball players are on steroids, right? And so he was essentially blackballed from Major League Baseball because everyone knew he took steroids. So what their argument was, oh, wait a minute, we can't believe what this guy is saying because he is guilty of doing steroids himself. Well, turns out Jose Canseco was right. Jose Canseco was a reprehensible human being. He took all the shortcuts. He cheated the game and cheated the system. That doesn't mean that that doesn't mean he's a liar. Okay. So Rachel Wilson is a 3-time baby mama. That doesn't mean that the things that she espouses, that doesn't mean that there isn't some truth to that. By the same token, you've heard of Jordan Belfort. Jordan Belfort was the main character in The Wolf of Wall Street. He was guilty of all sorts of SEC securities commissions, whatever, went to prison for 22 months, but people still pay like upwards of $10,000 to $15,000 to $20,000 to talk to this guy because despite his criminal past, he still knows what he's talking about and he can still help people to make money. And so while I totally agree with you, yeah, you have to look at someone's past. You also have to look at their present. Coach Greg Adams is staunchly against cohabitation in marriage, and his lifestyle reflects that. Andrew Wilson is pro-marriage, and his lifestyle reflects that. Now, there was a time in my life where I was pro-legal marriage. But now I say, guys, don't get legally married. But so if someone were to say, well, listen, Donovan Sharpe is a fraud because he's been married and divorced, now well, no, it's the same as Stephen Curry. Stephen Curry has missed most shots he's taken in his life. But if Stephen Curry released a tape that says, hey, I'm going to teach you how to shoot like Stephen Curry, are we going to say, well, Stephen Curry, you've missed a lot of shots. We're not going to listen to what you have to say. So while I do agree with, a person's lifestyle, I guess, has to match what their message is, I think we have to look at the message and not necessarily the messenger, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, 100%. And I agree with that. And, we've all been through stuff. We all have a past, and some of it's not pretty, So that's something I can't agree with. I do understand. But it's just like I liked Andrew Wilson. I'm not saying I don't like him, but
sure.
I had this kind of idea in my head of, after watching some of his videos and his debates, I was like, this guy's smart. He's on top of it and religious. And then, like, to find out some of that stuff, it was like he was kind of like cloaking it, like not like letting the past get out there. Like, we know CGA's past. He's put it out there. He's got 2 kids. He's been divorced. He tells his whole story. So we kind of knew
that makes sense. I got you.
We had a base point of where we were starting when we, were introduced to CGA. And so Andrew Wilson, I had this whole other notion and idea of who he was in my head. And then, I saw some of that stuff, and it's like, it does. I don't have the right to call him a fraud in any way or anything like that. But
I get it.
I'm not going to do that. I don't think that's fair. It's just I think marriage is a big deal, and it's simply just not working for most people. Yeah. And so getting guys to try to circumvent, with these little tactics and religion. And by the way, it's kind of like, a woman can be religious in the beginning and then change her mind years down the line.
Absolutely.
And still use that. And so there's so many different things to be considered before you run out here and just get married, even if it's under a religious, principle or whatever. They can still say, hey, we were together for 10 years. And most people that get married have children. So that also ties into the same kind of
course,
marriage structure as far as the state goes. And so that's the whole thing. Either way, you're tied, and I think it's just bad advice. I don't think, like CJ said, I think most people are not religious, and just because she's religious in the beginning doesn't mean she'll stay that way. That doesn't mean other outside entities won't influence her. And it's a lot to combat, and who's got time for that, right? Like, who's got time to take out of their life to keep this woman in check, and who's to say she doesn't change her mind down the line when things are actually serious? Like, you're 10 years in, 15 years in. Not only does the marriage thing become a problem, but also just the heartbreak, the starting over, the entering into the newer dating market, trying to figure it out and navigate that stuff. So all that
No, I
plays
totally
into
agree.
it.
Yeah.
It's not just a marriage; it can be even be a relationship that can crush you. So it's just
Look,
kind of
just
like,
to be clear, I am 100% on the side of Coach Greg Adams. And listen, I like Andrew Wilson. I think a lot of the points that he espouses are, I think they're very good points. But I think anyone watching this with at least a quiet mind, being objective, Andrew Wilson's his antidotes they're not relevant for today. 100 years ago, yeah, maybe his advice would be relevant, and dare I say even better. But it is 2025. It ain't 1925 anymore. So I agree. For Andrew Wilson to tell people, it's the same with Patrick Bet David. Getting married is the greatest thing in the world. When it works, marriage is awesome. The problem is it doesn't work for most people. That's all there is to it. I'll give you the last word.
right. I agree with that 100%. And I think CGA said something about Andrew, and it was like, you know, if you lead some of these guys into like a burning building, who's there like when it all falls apart?
Right.
They're going to be
Right.
left
Yep.
alone, and I think maybe
Because
Andrew's coming from a noble place.
Andrew Wilson is not going to be there when your soon-to-be ex-wife files for divorce, right? He'll be there, get married, and this and that and the third and this and that, and then when she files for divorce, where's Andrew Wilson? He's not going to be anywhere. He's not going to be anywhere to be found.
And even in his own experience, he has been divorced. So
Right.
it's just kind of like at least mention that kind of stuff. Like,
Yeah.
you were once divorced, and here's how you overcame that, and then
here's
move
another
forward. This
thing.
is how I do it now.
Well, here's the thing. I
Go
think, and as far as, and I don't know about Andrew Wilson's divorce, but my guess is that, and you can tell because CGA and Andrew have both been divorced. You can tell which person's divorce had the more adverse side effects. I've been divorced, right? But my divorce didn't go, dude. My divorce cost me a total of $12, man. $12, dude. My ex-wife and I, we didn't have any kids, we didn't have any money. $12 and we were up out of there. It didn't. I was one of the lucky ones. Unfortunately, Coach Greg Adams was not, and this is why he is staunchly against cohabitation and secular marriage and all this other kind of stuff.
Right. And I want to thank you and like people like you and Coach Greg because you guys actually put that out there. Like that's some pretty important information for someone to be taking advice from you guys. Like at least we know, okay, he's been through the ringer. He's feeling like I feel. I can relate to that. And we kind of know you guys' history, so we know where we have a baseline starting point, and that's really what matters to me. And like I said with Andrew, I just had this kind of different idea of who he was and kind of some of the stuff he's been through, and it would make sense. Like, let's say his past wasn't that way. It would make sense to me that, he's been married one time. He has 5 kids with Rachel Wilson. They're all his, because that's what I thought. And, I would think he just doesn't understand because he has such a great marriage and a life, and he hasn't been through any of those things, so he doesn't know. But
Ignorance
turns out he
bliss.
does know, and he still is like
well, it's not
taking that
hold
into
on.
account.
No, hold on. Andrew Wilson knows, pardon me, to an extent. I've been divorced too. But my divorce was not as bad as Coach Greg Adams. Clearly, Andrew Wilson's first divorce, it couldn't have been that bad. Otherwise, why go and jump in and do the same thing again? Andrew's not an idiot. He's not a stupid guy. So if he had been put through the divorce mill the first time, common sense would tell us, hey, let's not go through this again. So again, Coach Greg Adams put his hand on the stove and it got burnt. Andrew Wilson just turned on the stove. He was able to make a meal and didn't get burnt, and that's probably why he's a little more risk tolerant as far as marriage as much as like Coach Greg Adams. He is very risk averse. I am very risk averse. And the more experience you have with women, the more risk averse you are. Guys like Andrew Wilson, guys like Patrick Bet David, they haven't been burned bad enough to get to the point to where they're like, you want to know something, man? This is a bad bet. Jabari, I gotta go because I got other callers, man. But thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate the thoughts.
Yeah, man. Salute to you.
All right, very good. Absolutely. Let us go to, let me remove you. All right, so I got Big E and then Big Brandon. Big E, what's up? What's on your mind, buddy?
What's up, Donovan, man? Salute to you, bro.
Yes, sir.
I just want to ask you a question. Earlier, a few minutes ago, you said the messenger doesn't matter, right? Um, Correct me if I'm wrong, but you did say that, right? Like a few minutes ago, right?
Yeah, and well, in some cases, the messenger doesn't matter. At some point, as a man, you have to be able to. You have to like for example, I think we can all agree that Michael Jackson is he's probably one of the greatest performers in the history of the world. But I think we would also agree that his extracurricular activities involving young children is what causes us to separate the art from the artist. Same with R. Kelly.
Okay, can I give you an example, Don? Let me give you an example on what I'm talking about. Like,
Okay. All right.
Fresh and Fit, right?
Mm-hmm.
That situation with Fresh and the Asian lady. You remember that situation?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now they've made a living off content talking about avoiding those kind of situations, and those are quote unquote pookie situations. Now, dude, if you're going to give that message and then you're doing the same thing that you claim that these pookies are out here doing, to me, this is just an opinion.
Okay.
That messenger should count because, bro, you out here doing what you telling people not to do on your podcast, but you're doing it.
That's fair, but I understand what you're saying. So we can all bash Fresh. Does that mean that
No, not bashing. No. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm not bashing, but I'm saying like, okay, look, I done made plenty mistakes in my life, been in jail, etc., right?
Mm-hmm.
My advice to anybody who's doing anything like that would be, okay, bro, kind of have that same energy when and if you get caught. Like, I could tell you to not do something, but I did it at one time. So, cheating, all that stuff. So it's like, bro, I understand. I'm not going to tell you not to do it, but just understand when you get caught, if you get caught, you got to have that same energy. You can't be trying to play victim. So what I'm saying is, like, don't be pontificating to the masses what you shouldn't be doing, but yet you're out there doing it.
Yeah, disagree. This is where the messenger does not matter. Just because, and I agree. And see, here's the thing: Martin Luther King. This is the perfect example. We are just now learning that Martin Luther King, outside of politics and all the civil rights stuff, was a reprehensible human being. Cheated on his wife, he fucked prostitutes, did all this other kind of stuff. This does not diminish his accomplishments. And I'll mention R. Kelly, the king of R&B. He was the king of R&B for a good solid decade and a half, but unfortunately his extracurricular activities with young people is the reason why he is in jail. That doesn't mean that his talent is any less valid. So while I agree that Fresh, do as he's out here talking about don't do this and okay, Fresh, you got caught doing something, keep that same energy. Okay, that does not invalidate.
Okay, let me ask you this, Donovan. Let me give you this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and bounce. Thanks for having me up, by the way.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh man.
You froze. Can you see me? Hello, you there? Looks like you froze a little bit. I'm gonna go to Big Brandon. Real quick, Big E, because you froze. Big Brandon, what's going on, brother?
My man, Donovan.
Nigga, what's going on, bro? How you doing, man? That is good stuff.
Man?
Very, very good stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I've been doing real well, man.
Welcome once again to the VIP room at Club TSR. You know what I'm saying?
How you been, man? How you been? Listen. I could catch up with you all day. We gotta make this quick. How have you been?
Man, I've been good, man. I can't complain. Had some family stuff I had to take care of. Lost my mom and everything.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
Life is difficult, and as a man, you got to do certain things, man. So,
of course.
How's
your son? Is he still? Your son is probably what, 15 years old now?
Yeah, he's 15. He's about 5'11". He just won his last tournament. Won his last tournament.
Your son could have kicked my ass.
And got double gold in both gi and no gi.
Damn.
To go along with what to go along with the caller, what he was saying is, I understand where he was coming from, but I guess I hear the old folks adage of "do as I say, not as I do."
There you go.
always pop up.
Yeah.
And then two, it is if a smoker tells you not to smoke, I generally listen to them because they're telling you from a place of, hey, this isn't good. I need to stop, but I can't stop. I don't want you going through what I'm going through.
Right.
In the case of Fresh, him telling you, don't do this, don't do that, I think now he should have put it publicly that he was doing it.
Sure.
But I think he was trying to say, man, I've gotten myself in some hot water and it's probably gonna come out. Y'all need to, have a little bit of discipline and self-control and don't be me, so to speak.
Not only
Now,
that, I think what a lot of people, and you can probably speak to this. People just don't like Fresh. And I'm
Right.
actually, it's interesting, and just to sort of compare this to the sports world. I don't know how closely you follow sports, but my team, obviously the Philadelphia Eagles, people in the sports world don't much like the head coach Nick Sirianni because he's brash, he's bold, he likes to argue with fans and this and that and the third. But I think I figured out why the media just will not give Nick Sirianni credit for being the winningest head coach percentage-wise since he took over the Eagles. It's because they think that he just lucked into a situation. They think that Nick Sirianni's success has nothing to do with him. They think he just fell ass backwards into this, and so they're never giving him the credit. Well, this is the way people feel about Fresh. They feel in their mind, they don't like the Fresh. They don't like the fact that Fresh stutters and this and that and the third. They think he's stupid. They think they're not impressed with Fresh. That's why he gets so much hate. They don't know the guy. They think this guy just got lucky that he met up with Myron Gaines and Myron Gaines knew Donovan Sharpe. That's the real reason why they hate him. But they make up reasons to not like him. So bringing up the Jen Chen situation, Jen Chen lied, okay? Big E, and I hope that you can come back up. Jen Chen lied. She was never pregnant. So when people, and he actually froze up before I could tell him about that, people automatically believe the people of their enemies. We talk all the time in this community. We talk all the time. Women, dude, they're liars, they're cheaters, paternity fraud, they fake pregnancies. Yet, as soon as some escort comes out and accuses someone that you don't like of getting her pregnant, despite all of the evidence to the contrary, despite what we have told you guys about these hoes, now all of a sudden Jen Chen is above reproach, and now all of a sudden she's being truthful. No, I don't buy that.
And yeah. I wholeheartedly agree with it. I also understand your duality and understanding both Coach Greg and Mr. Wilson. I kind of live like in the middle sense. If young men are going to date, possibly get married, I would tell them to treat it like you would owning a house, owning a car. Have your insurance, have your prenup, postnup, have separate bank accounts for yourself and your missus, and then the house has a bank account. And
Right.
the house bank account, both y'all have a card to it, but she doesn't have a card or access to your bank account. So there's no way she can run off and then drain your account. It's just a way to protect yourself. And if you have kids, set up trusts if you can. I know this economy is difficult to do so,
Sure.
but you have to play the intelligent game. And basically, if I tell you, hey, I want to be a professional boxer, and you tell me, well, you're going to get punched, you need to learn to defend yourself.
Right.
It's the same thing. You need to learn to defend yourself in a relationship in the most respectful way. And that's just the way I look at any aspect of relationships. Gentlemen, you have to be smart every which way in life. And if Mr. Sharpe and the other gentlemen are asking y'all to exercise, eat well, watch your finances, control your emotions, whether they're also telling you to practice dick discipline, be selective with who you lay down with. Just
Yes.
banging a bunch of chicks is a waste of your time and energy. You need to be selective in that and stop giving it to random broads. They're just draining you. That's
Sure.
not good for you. I'm not telling you to just to lock up the first female, but be smart about it, gentlemen.
No, I totally
I'm also telling you once again to like, comment, share, and
Yes.
subscribe to this channel. Also on Rumble. That's also what I'm telling you to do.
I love it, man. Big Brandon, dude, listen, man, you have a lifetime invitation to the TSR Towers, my friend. Thanks for coming up, brother.
Appreciate that, my man.
Yeah, Big Brandon is he's another person on my list of people I will never throw hands. Guys, I'm not afraid of a lot, and I think that's not a good thing. I'd be afraid of Brandon. I'd be afraid of Ed Lattimore. Oh, good Lord. Oh, Biggie, Mike the Heroes. I'm gonna bring you up after Biggie. All right, Biggie. Can you? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
you're
sorry
moving.
about that,
No,
Donovan.
you're right.
I had some technical difficulties.
Oh, you're good, man. I got one more guest, so I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
All right, but the second question I just wanted to ask you, as far as the messenger thing again, right? Now we've heard of stories of, say, pastors, preachers in churches and stuff, right?
Right.
And some of the misdeeds that they have done, right?
Oh yeah.
Do you still feel that that guy is qualified to try to deliver that kind of message if he has that kind of stuff in his background?
Well, religion it's kind of different, but if the advice
But he's the messenger, right? He's a messenger.
Yeah, he's
right?
still qualified.
He's a messenger.
Listen. I think what we as men, we have the ability to compartmentalize feelings from facts. We might not like the person. We might not like what the person did. We might not like what the person's lifestyle is. But as men, we have the ability to discern, okay, I don't like this individual. He did this or said that, but is what he is telling us the truth? If you don't agree with what he is saying, then you don't follow that person anymore. But if you're going, and again, I think this is the main difference between, and I'm not trying to call you a woman, but this is the main difference between men and women. Women base who they follow on the way that person makes them feel, okay? We base who we follow based on the information given. Jimmy Swaggart himself could come out of retirement. I think you probably remember Jimmy Swaggart. He's the first.
Yes, sir.
He was the first ever pastor that I was like, whoa, my God, this pastor was like banging prostitutes. What the hell? If Jimmy Swaggart was, if he was giving information that would help people, at that point, you as a person, you yourself can decide whether or not you want to continue to follow that person. If his indiscretions causes you to want to pull back, no problem. But I would caution people who base their opinions on someone else's product. Like I'll give you another example. There are how can I put this? I always know that if someone that I loved, if they needed open heart surgery, and I'm looking at people's, doctor this and doctor that. This guy is an asshole and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But then I see he's got like a sterling track record as far as survival is concerned. I don't care what this guy's bedside manner is. That's the best surgeon. But if I picked a surgeon just based on, okay, well, people liked his bedside manner. Okay, he's got a few more, he's got a little bit higher mortality rate. I'm not picking that guy. I'm picking the asshole who gives me results. So, no, I agree with you. You're a grown man and you can follow who you want to follow. But as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter what the messenger is. To me, it matters what the message is. I'll give you the last word.
Okay, I hear you. I mean, I was just, just to me, just in my opinion, I think the messenger has to somewhat matter depending what your message is. Like, since we talked about fresh, like, dude, don't be out here pontificating that you shouldn't be out here doing this, throwing your seed all over the place, et cetera, and you're doing the same thing. Literally.
Let me ask you. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So maybe change that message.
Hold on, Biggie. You do know that Jen Chen is a fucking liar. Like, you do know. Like, you know that I know Walter Weeks personally. Like, you do know. Like, I don't know that you understand or realize this. The bitch fucking lied. She was never pregnant. And I was actually just telling Big Brandon, I don't know if you heard or not, but in this community, we teach men you can't trust what women say. You can't even trust what the fuck they do. But that's
true. I agree.
But then the minute someone comes out and makes an accusation against someone we don't like, now all of a sudden Jen Chen is above reproach. Come on, man.
No. Again, I'm not. I agree with you 100%. You know what I'm saying? I already know trust with that. I get it, right? But those are the situations that they used to say Pookie's used to be in, and now you're in that situation. You get what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is, for what you were saying about leveling up this, that, and the third, then you shouldn't ever find yourself in them. Now, a lying woman, you can't do nothing about me. She's gonna lie. Mm-hmm. But it seemed like you got caught out there tricking. So all I'm saying is,
that's
bro,
not what happened. No. That is not what happened. Oh, no.
well, that was the optics, Don. Now, see, you know them personally, Donovan. You sat with them.
Yes.
You know what I mean, in the studios, et cetera, et cetera. So you would have a lot more insight as far as what was presented to the rest of the world. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
this is the way that it was presented to us.
Okay. So now I'm telling you, someone who knows Walter Weeks and Amru Fuddle, I'm telling you, Jen Chen was never pregnant. She was never pregnant. And
Okay.
yeah, optics matter, and yes, what are they? Perception is reality. But to me, the whole Fresh situation, this was just people who were just preying on Fresh's downfall, looking for anything they can talk about. See, I knew he was a fraud because he knocked up some chick. Even if Jen Chen were telling the truth, that does not mean that Fresh and Fit doesn't espouse the right message.
Now I get the discernment too now, Donovan, because when you was having your beef with ODJ, I didn't let that. I'm like, well, I like the way you deliver your content. I like your content. I think you're a very articulate dude, so I wasn't gonna let
Sure.
I was still gonna look at your content. You get what I'm saying? So
Right.
certain things that seem personal, that's when I don't want to hear that if it seemed like it's something personal. Because if I like your content, I like your content. So I get the discernment. But like I say, I just mainly wanted to talk to you, because I do really think that the messenger, I think sometimes count. That's almost like matters. Diddy telling you don't use baby oil. You know what I mean? So. I mean, you get what I'm saying? I'm saying, like, dude, you might be the wrong person to say that about that baby oil or something.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So, that's all, Donovan, man. It ain't no smoke here, man.
No, I hear you. And I think that and thanks for calling in. And I think it matters to some people more than others. I think, and listen, we are, and I'll get to all of you guys there in the pull-up room. To me, and I don't know. I guess I'm at a point in my life where I'm not going to say that it totally doesn't matter, but again, like, I'm a man and I have the ability to discern, somebody said in the chat, eat the meat, spit out the bones. If a person's character matters to you, you're not going to catch any hate. You're not going to catch any hate from me. I would just caution you on using someone's morality in their personal life to formulate your opinion on their product or what they put out. Okay? We hear all the time, parents say, do as I say, not as I do. Big Brandon came up with the best example. If I'm a 3-pack a day smoker and I tell you not to smoke because I got stage 4 lung cancer, you're not going to say, well, I'm not going to listen to what you have to say because you're a smoker. That's just the way this goes. Let's go to Mike. Mike, the heroes. Oh boy, I can't read all that because my font's too big.
You're all good, Donovan. I appreciate it. Big fan of the channel. One thing that I had to bring to you today was the idea that both Coach Greg Adams and Andrew Wilson, they had their own audiences to really keep in mind when they were going about this debate, right?
Absolutely.
And they're not going to go ahead and argue against their core principles, regardless of what's brought up on the debate stage.
Okay.
Andrew was debating from a perspective of, hey, yeah, we can agree that descriptively these things are true and it's a bad time for dudes. But what are we going to do about it in terms of what the future of humanity looks like is kind of like what's going on in the back of his mind.
Okay.
Whereas Coach has got kind of this perspective where it's like, yeah, it's all screwed up. And I'm not really concerned about what's going on in the future. I'm more concerned about what's here and now.
Yeah.
And I think that's where they were butting heads a lot.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think both of their perspectives are valid, but I think the difference, and I'm like 10 minutes into this, but I think their positions can be summed up pretty succinctly. Coach Greg Adams talks about what is most likely going to happen. Coach Greg Adams talks about the probabilities. Andrew Wilson talks about the possibilities. Is it possible to meet an American woman who is born and raised in America and have a nice, fruitful, loving marriage? Absolutely. But the probability is that that is not going to happen. And so you can look at this one of two ways. You can either be risk tolerant or you can be risk averse. And you're going to have to live with your decision at the end of the day. But I am more on the side. Fundamentally, I'm with Andrew. Unfortunately, his advice is coming 100 years too late because, well, now we have Coach Greg Adams here 100 years later talking about exactly what this is.
Sure. I mean, and that makes a lot of sense. The trick is, like, I agree with you on a lot of this. I've been married for 21 and a half years, but I wouldn't make the recommendation for someone to go ahead and enter the standard state marriage contract as it stands today. I'd make a recommendation of either like a non-state marriage with some kind of like operating agreement or something like that.
I like that.
The idea is like prenups, we could go ahead and talk about them getting thrown out. But I think that for the most part, if you've got competent legal counsel and she's got competent legal counsel, they can go ahead and write it in such a way that it's bound on both of you. And it is much less likely
not only
to get
that,
thrown out in court.
but see, here's what happens. And I agree with you. But this again is the way it ought to be and the way it is. If the man and the woman have both competent legal counsel, well, women these days are very slick because when a man brings up the prospect of a prenuptial, well, if we don't have trust, we don't have anything. You're trusting. It's almost always the woman with the competent legal counsel, and that's why they end up cleaning men out. Because if a man has competent legal counsel, a lot of times that marriage doesn't come to pass. So yes, in some cases, prenuptial agreements are enforceable. But I think you and we've been around long enough, and we've seen stories and heard about this stuff long enough. Ask Pearl; she's interviewing a bunch of guys about this stuff, about how prenuptial agreements are regularly thrown out. So the prenup is no longer the fail-safe way to keep yourself from getting screwed over in family court.
Sure, and I wouldn't say it's fail-safe, to begin with, but the idea is, hey, if you're a dude that's got stuff going on in his life, where you got businesses, you actually have good income, you have the income enough to go ahead and not only pay for a lawyer for yourself,
there you go. Absolutely.
You're able to pay for a lawyer for her as well to represent her. And then if it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And you're better off not being in that marriage or in that relationship in the first place if you can't come to terms.
No, I totally agree. And again, I think Andrew Wilson's a good dude. I think Coach Greg Adams is a good dude. I know them both personally. And I understand why Andrew is coming from where he's coming from, but I can respectfully disagree with his position. I'll give you the last word.
Absolutely. And then one last word about just the messenger. We had the former caller about the 3 packs a day. It's a great way to really put this. Another way to look at it is, like, given Andrew Wilson's past and his like really rapid rise to prominence over the last couple of years, he hasn't really had time to go ahead and really address that backlog of what's going on to deal with it and integrate it with his current message, right? Yeah. Like, if all that stuff happened, 15 years ago, and he's only in it and the here and now giving advice, and now he doesn't even really give advice. He just gives prescriptions for society as a whole, right? Because he doesn't give an individual person advice about what to do. The idea is, we can go ahead and look at his mistakes and go ahead and try to disqualify what he has to say. But I think that that's not really the right way to go about it, because you had mentioned before that we can go ahead and take it like a cafeteria, and we can go ahead and take the stuff that we want, leave the stuff we don't.
There you go.
Look at it for, hey, what do we see in our lives? Like for me, I've got 4 kids, and I want to go ahead and see grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And I think my perspective is I got to go ahead and help them to see what's best for them in their life and the life ahead of them.
Totally.
And if I can go ahead and put resources to that so that they can have competent counsel down the road, because I've been fortunate enough to have earned a lot in my life to go ahead and put stuff away to make my children's lives better, I'm going to do that.
Very good, man. Hey, listen, I appreciate the thoughts, man. You made a lot of good points. Thanks for coming up, brother. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you so much. Like the video, guys.
Yes, like, subscribe, and share. Like, subscribe, and share. Emmett Trill says he hides that and he calls out OF chicks, but imagine if people he debated were equipped with this truth. Emmett, you don't like Andrew Wilson, okay? You don't like Andrew Wilson, and this is why you disagree with him. It doesn't, like, Andrew's background doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me, okay? Just because when he cooks these hoes on the whatever podcast, his past doesn't matter. He's like, the things that he talks about are the truth. It is what it is. It is what it is. And listen, I'm not the type of dude who is going to use a person's personal character as a referendum on their overall message. I'm not saying that you're a bad person if you do, but that's not what I'm going to do. That's not what I'm going to do. Because if I only worked with people that I liked, if I only listened to people that gave me good feelings, then guys, I wouldn't be where I am now. Okay, I've had to have partnerships with people I didn't like. I've had to go into businesses. I have had to go into business with people that I feel are reprehensible. But making money has nothing to do with the way I feel about that person. All right, you can feel however you want about Myron Gaines. The guy speaks the truth. It doesn't matter if he knocked up 17 prostitutes. The guy speaks the truth. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Okay. All right. Yeah. Tom G says when you attack the messenger, when you attack the messenger, you've already lost. Okay. Marlins fan, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to pull up. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to pull up. If you don't pull up in 30 seconds, I'm going to ban you because like you're getting on my nerves. You're giving me a headache here.
To respond.
Yeah. So the thing is it's funny that you bring up "Imagine All the People" with John Lennon, which is an anti-religious song, and hilariously enough, was designed to assist with female empowerment. Isn't that hilarious? But the thing here is, you keep on saying that what I'm offering is make-believe.
Marlins fan, you didn't get skipped on the video call. Marlins fan, look. Let me just address this once and for all. I'm just going to go ahead and ban you now because I know you're not going to pull up. Marlins fan, you're scared. You're afraid. You're afraid. You're scared. You don't want to talk to me because you are afraid to talk to me. User says, Donovan, a person's background does matter. Respectfully, I disagree. Listen, if you want to use it, listen, and again, look, if that's what, if that is, see, this is feminine. This is feminine, okay? You're allowing a person's background to formulate how you feel about them to determine whether or not you should listen to them. I'm telling you, don't worry about their background, man. Don't worry about it's not even their background. You know what? Actually, it's their character. Because now people are going to start obfuscating. Well, background can mean, look, if someone that you are listening to or follows gives you good sound advice, then follow them. Okay? If you're going to use your feelings to determine whether or not you should take their advice, then you may as well be a woman. You may as well be a woman because women only take advice from people they like. That gives them the feels. How's that working out for them? Because by that logic, well, then we should just only listen to people who are just of high moral character. Guys, I got news for you. There are a lot of bad people in the world who've done some very, very bad things in their past who have a lot to offer the world. Not every person who does good things are good people. We're not perfect. Just like Big E said. Well, Fresh is never supposed. Dude, Fresh is human. I think, and it's funny. I think a lot of you guys hold us to this impossible standard. Right? Somebody becomes a content creator. All of a sudden, they have to have this sterling reputation and pass. This ain't politics. This is content creation, man. This is content creation. And the only time people pretend to care about your character is when they're looking for an excuse to disqualify you. People don't like Fresh because they don't think he is intelligent. How did this funny talking nigga from the Barbados end up a millionaire? I'm better than Fresh, so I'm going to hate Fresh. People come up with a million different reasons as to why Fresh brings down the show. None of Fresh's haters are doing better than him. None of them. So if you want to use the way a person feels as your sort of moral compass, then I can't help you. Because again, I'll say this again. Women only listen to people they like. Women only listen to advice from people that they like. Women only listen to advice that is comfortable for them to hear. But as soon as a woman finds out that this person did this, oh, I'm not listening to that person. Be a woman if you want. I listen to what they say, okay? I'm not here to shoot the messenger. Listen, if you want to shoot the messenger, fine. I'm here to take the message. Ken Rose with the $5 super chat. Good to see you in here. Tommy Jones with the $5 super chat says, perfectly said. A lot of men listen with their feelings. Absolutely. 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 Mayambik says, we're holding Fresh accountable, not hating. There's a difference. No, not with you, Mayambik. See, and I've seen you, Mayambik. You don't like Fresh. You don't like Fresh. You don't like him. You're jealous of his success. Okay? What does him having sex with Jen Chen have to do with his overall character? Holding him accountable for what? Fucking a random hoe? Holding him accountable for what? A woman who a woman who lied about her being pregnant? No. Mayambik, you're a member. You follow this community. You follow the stuff in this community. You don't like Fresh. I guarantee you're the person that screams from the highest mountaintops, bitches ain't shit, bitches lie, bitches cheat, you can't believe anything they said. Yet as soon as a bitch comes out and says something, makes an accusation against someone you don't like, now all of a sudden she is to be believed. I'm sorry, you're being disingenuous. We are being disingenuous, number one. Number two, you can't hold him accountable, nigga. You're a nobody. You're in the fucking chat. Fuck out of here.
But it's not. It's been governing the Orthodox and Catholic Church for 2,000 years, including in this country. Now, here, let me give you an example, for instance, the Amish, right? Do you know what the divorce rate is among them? It's almost non-existent, yet they're still governed by the same laws of the land that you're speaking to. So sounds like if I give a counter, if I say, look, I can give...
XC dude says he needs to work on his stuttering. To be honest, there's another hater. There is another hater. All right, Marlins fan, what's on your mind? Yeah, he popped on and popped off. Here we go.
You away a methodology.
Yeah, XC dude says he needs to work on his stuttering, to be honest. See, there you go. There's another hater. Mayambik says, I like Fresh and Fit, and you're totally wrong, Don. No, you don't. You don't like Fresh and Fit. You're jealous of Fresh. Guys, I'm here to tell you right now, I'm going to divert. Anyone who has a cross word to say about Fresh, you are hating on this man. You are jealous of his success. You're jealous of his success. And that's why you're grasping for any reason you can to call him out and hold him accountable. Listen, if you're jealous that this funny talking nigga came over here on a boat and managed to make himself a millionaire, then just say that. Just say that. I don't need to hear all of these intellectually dishonest arguments. You don't like the guy because you're jealous of the guy. Just be honest.
In which you can utilize the religious ecclesiastical institution, which has existed for 2,000 years and has right now the lowest divorce rates, right this second as we speak, not in make-believe land, not hundreds of years in the future, right this second, as opposed to the system you have, common law divorce, which is sky high and you can't do anything about it. That's what is true. So pointing out what is true is right now you can have a prenup. That is true. What is true is prenups are usually held up in court. That is...
Mayambik says, just say you're biased for Fresh and Fit. Yes, Fresh was wrong. What did Fresh do that was wrong? I'm sorry, like somebody answer me this. What did Fresh do that was wrong? What did Fresh do that was wrong? What, he was fucking random hoes? No, you hate Fresh. You are a Fresh. What did Fresh do that was wrong? What did he do that was wrong? Guys, this is why Fresh is not worried about you people. You people are just jealous. Like, you guys are all, what did Fresh do that was wrong? He talks about smashing hoes. He smashed hoes. We talk all the time. You got to watch out for these lying bitches. Guess what? Fresh is not the first dude to have a bitch try to lie on him. Nope. Nope. Sorry. You don't like Fresh because his life is better than yours. Just say that. And yes, I am in the tank for Fresh and Fit, but at least I can admit that. You hate Fresh, but you can't admit that. That's the reason for your opinion.
Is true. What is true is that you can have a marriage outside of a state because it's a religious institution anyway. You never have to have a license with the state. It's never been necessary. And if you do, the only way that can be done is if it's sacramental. And if it's sacramental, it's governed now by the church. That's going to be the community the women are a part of. And so the thing is like, that sounds like a real viable solution. What's yours?
All right, we got somebody on the pull up line. Oh boy, Fatty Spade, I think that's your name. Unmute yourself, please. Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. What should I call you? Should I call you Fatty?
Yeah, Fatty, absolutely. That's my stripper name.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Okay, very good. So what's on your mind, Fatty?
Absolutely. So, Donovan, I have two questions for you, right?
Sure.
The first one is, since when did the OGs from the manosphere start in allowing ifs? Because like there was like red pill, y'all taught us that red pill was the truth and nothing but the truth come from the matrix, the reality, the rotten reality, all that. And all of a sudden, for whatever reason, we started to allow people to come around and to do if. Why is that? Like, why the change of attitude all of a sudden?
Give me an example with this if stuff.
So if like this is the normies, right? The normies always do if this happens.
Gotcha.
If
Okay.
if is
Okay.
the bliss part, right?
Yep.
If all the conditions like, and we kind of look at y'all as no, we're going to talk about reality. There's no talking about ifs. We are going to talk about what it is. That was the conversation, and we could move from there. All of a sudden, for whatever reason, now we move to a place where people are giving prescriptions that are not realistic based on a bunch of ifs that have nothing to do with reality, has nothing to do with red pill, is kind of a deformed way, like it's more of like a Bible pill or a religious
Yeah,
pill.
right,
Like
right.
why did the OGs on the manosphere and the red pill kind of side for whatever reason decided to
Yeah,
allow
that's
this?
that's a question you're gonna have to ask the quote unquote red pill. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Look, I'm good friends with Andrew Wilson, but I vehemently disagree with a lot of his views on marriage and the fact that men should just and I don't even want to say that he says throw caution to the wind. But no, I'm not. I am not the dude that talks about if, and like I have been. Me personally, I've been red pill to the core. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that a few of my views haven't changed because I've been at this now for a decade. Right? I am a very different person now at 48 than I was when I was 38. A lot has changed in my life, and some of my views have changed. But fundamentally, I'm still with you.
Okay. And this, so if you don't take, like, if you think you have to talk with him, I was curious because, like, there was Rolo Tomasi in that room, there was Myron in that room.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like there's a shift going on. I don't know because of people like trying to get each other crowds or followings. I don't understand what's going on.
That's actually
But I
now
know
that
for a
is-
fact if that conversation was in 2021 during the pandemic, like that will never happen. That will be stopped on the first minute because one person is playing checkers and the other person is playing spades. Like it had nothing to do with whatever we have going on. But my second question is, why aren't you upset that the same thing that people are applauding right now about Andrew, they tried to cancel you like a couple of years ago. Like literally, people try to cancel you because of your personal life, and for whatever reason, once again, 2 years later or 3 years later, all of a sudden, nobody in the red pill space on the manosphere is doing to Andrew what they did to you. And I would say that the story, like his personal life story, is a little bit more, in my opinion, interesting than yours. Like, why aren't you upset about that?
Why should I be? I don't care. I mean, okay, so people tried to cancel me based on a bunch of lies or whatever, but they're not trying to do the same to Andrew Wilson. I don't know. I've never
It's
really
not lies.
been-
It's the baby mama situation. Like if you was disqualified or people would try to disqualify you and cancel you for the personal life that you chose, the woman that you picked, and all that, like shouldn't you be a little bit worried about? Not worried, but a little bit like looking at the same peers that try to look at you funny. Like, wouldn't you be a little
No.
bit reluctant of looking at them funny because they're not doing
No.
that to Andrew right now?
No, man, because Andrew and I we're two different people, number one. Number two, it's 2025. The social
Echo,
media
turn
climate, the
on
YouTube
studio
hold
light.
on. The YouTube climate is very different here in 2025 than it was back in 2021. And so I've just never, I don't know, maybe I guess I've just never really cared. Okay, so they're not trying to cancel Andrew Wilson like they tried to cancel me. That's just not something I've ever really been upset about.
Yes, and I don't want nobody to get canceled. I want people
Sure.
to be consistent. You see what I'm saying? I believe even if you are a white supremacist or you are whatever, I believe that you should have a platform and you should have the right to explain your opinions, no matter
Yeah.
how many people they offend you. I'm just saying that for whatever reason, the consistency that people used to have on this space, they don't anymore. Like
Well,
they
I will
allow
tell you
ifs
this. I
now.
will
They
tell you this.
allow.
Hold on, Fatty. Hold on. Now, I will tell you this. There are some opinions that I have that are different from when they were 10 years ago. And as a human sentient being with new information, I have a right, sometimes even an obligation, to change my opinion or to change my view. So, and again, we change as people as we get older. I'm not going to come on here and I'm not going to sit here and try to be successful with the 5 reasons bitches ain't shit, 6 signs she's trying to cheat on you, this and that and a third. Fundamentally, things are the same, but there have been surface level events and opinions that have sort of changed a few things for me. So if consistency is what you're looking for, I mean, one thing that we know here in every part of life, there is nothing constant except for change itself. So maybe, I don't know, maybe there is that lack of, 5 signs she's a slut, but I think the manosphere has sort of evolved from that. And I think having voices come in that are dissenting, I think that's healthy for the manosphere. As much as we don't like Destiny, I think it's good for Destiny to come into the manosphere just so that we can see, hey guys, this is what happens when you're a man and you espouse this stuff. People say all the time, why do we keep giving Brittany Renner the platform? So that bitches can see what happens when you become a Brittany Renner. So while I agree that we shouldn't be in an echo chamber, so to speak, allowing outside opinions, allowing other opinions to come in and challenge our opinions, I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, but I never said that you should gatekeeping. I just said that you shouldn't condone it. You allow these people to come around so you can punch them back in the face. That's what Andrew does. That's what everybody in this space does.
Bro, Fatty. I'm not Captain Manosphere, man.
Yeah, like, but you are playing politics.
No. I don't determine. I'm not. You just told me that you're not accusing me of gatekeeping, but then you want me to gatekeep. I'm not.
No, but
I don't get to decide. Hold on. I don't get to decide who gets to comment what on the manosphere. I'm one person with a relevant YouTube channel. That's exactly what you just said. Well,
so I'm going to repeat myself again so you understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about consistency. You having people on your platform doesn't mean that you're
okay. Well, then how about this?
Condoning.
Okay, that's fine. Well, then if you don't think I'm consistent, then you don't have to watch, Fatty. I don't know what.
Absolutely,
absolutely. I don't know what else to tell you.
So, yes, absolutely.
I thought you had 2 questions.
I just find once again is if this is not playing politics, I don't know what it is, because like just a couple of minutes ago, you were ruthless against black woman. You call black woman the scars of the earth,
so that's
and all that.
What this,
so
now we get to the root of the problem. So now you want to talk about no. Hold on. You and I, we're not going to talk about marriage because that's not why your bitch ass came up here.
Let me know when you
want to. No, bro. No. This is my platform, not yours. So you're going to shut the fuck up until I give you permission to talk, nigga. Number 1.
Yes, sir.
Number 2, if you wanted to talk about black women, why didn't you just say that? Like, if that's what you wanted to talk about?
I didn't. What I'm saying is that you are pulling punches when it comes to other content creators because you are playing politics and you know they're a very heavy fan base. But when it comes, for example, with black women, you are going to say they're the scourge of the earth, A, B, C, D. So you're not pulling punches with some demographic because you think you're not going to get nothing from them. But on the other side, these men, like everybody says about black women, and they are 2-time baby mamas with 2 baby daddies and all that. And then you have that dude that literally married a white Keisha, right? With 2 baby daddies and all that. And all of a sudden you're playing PC politics. Oh, I don't know. Who am I to judge? This is what I'm talking about. It's consistency. Guys have to actually put your money where your mouth is.
Let me answer the question. The reason why I pull punches with CGA and Andrew is because they're my friends. The reason why I don't pull punches with black women is because I hate those fucking bitches. There it is. There's the truth.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you for having me, Donovan. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Listen. If he wants to call, not wanting to go in on my friends playing politics, you can characterize it however you want. You know what I mean? I'm friends with Greg and I'm friends with Andrew. That's just all there is to it. I don't like black women. That's why I don't pull punches with black women. Simple as that. All right, let's continue.
Or fucking degeneracy, go out and play the field, hump a lot of chicks. How's that going to help you part of? And so the thing is like, that sounds like a real viable solution. What's yours? More fucking degeneracy? Go out and play the field, hump a lot of chicks? How's that going to help anybody do anything? That's been the progressive.
Luna Varna Strike 49. These are some wrong names. Says, hey Tom, they are low key hating on Andrew because he's white. Yes, there is definitely some racial idolatry coming out now. And listen, I'm guilty of this as well. But we have to be honest. And I'll use boxing as an example. When Tyson Fury fought Deontay Wilder, I wanted Wilder to win because Wilder is black. He's black. I'm black. I wanted the black fighter to win. Saul Canelo Alvarez fought Terrence Crawford. I would have bet the farm on Canelo Alvarez, but I wanted Terrence Crawford to win for no other reason but that Terrence Crawford was black. I can admit that. So I myself am guilty of racial idolatry, right? If you're going to be a racial idolater, at least just come out and say that. Just come out and say, you know what? I think Andrew Wilson lost this debate because I don't like him and he's white. Just say that. Just say that.
Mantra for 100 years. Isn't it wonderful? Your turn.
All right, we're returning back to Earth. Now, first things first, when it comes to this, back in reality, there's no God in marriage. So, Mr. Sky Daddy, God, religion, that's all great, but there's no God in marriage. At this particular point, when you go through a marriage, if one person...
That is 100% on point. There is no God in marriage, man. There is no God in marriage. There isn't. Even if you get married in church, there is no God in marriage. Totally agree.
Decides to not obey the Holy Bible or whatever you're thumping, you have no basis to keep that marriage together. If she decides to leave the church and decides not to listen or excommunicate herself, she's now under the state.
Agree.
Now, when you're getting divorced, which I'm assuming you've been divorced.
Well, I mean, that's a hell of an assumption to make.
Have you been divorced?
Well, I mean,
have you been married?
Can you tell me, if you can tell me how that has any merit?
Give me a second, because if you've been through one, you would know that there's...
See, this is exactly what I was talking about a little bit earlier. This is what I was talking about, guys. Coach Greg Adams has been through the divorce mill, and this was a miscommunication on our part when we first actually started talking. Is when we first started... wait a minute. There you go. Yep, no more Miami Marlins fan. What Greg is trying to do is he's trying to say, wait a minute, there has to be a reason why you're so idealistic about this. And so now he's asking the question, have you been through a divorce? Because if Andrew, I guess, tells him, yes, I have been through a divorce, I think that would give CGA a better perspective in terms of where he's coming from.
No God in the divorce court, in the family court. There's no God in there. No one asked you.
There is the state in there.
There is the state. So that's what we're arguing for.
Yeah,
that's when you get married. So you're telling me if, and I'm telling you, well, this is what's going to happen. Even if you took Sky Daddy into court with you, they would say, you pray to the judge. The judge is the authority in the court. So
this is see? Again, I agree with CGA here. He is absolutely right. A lot of religious people like Andrew, listen, you have to have God in marriage, and whether that's true or not, I don't know. But God is not going to be in the courtroom with you, okay? God is not the judge, the jury, and the executioner in family court. The judge is, okay? God's not going to save you from alimony payments. God is not going to save you from getting half of your present and future earnings garnished because of child support and spousal support. No, man. Marriage is godless. Even if you get married before God, in the eyes of God, God is not going to be there when she hires that divorce attorney.
The God argument.
Jesus is the sky. Okay.
Is a nice...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
A grenade.
Okay. I'm a fucking idiot. Oh boy. Okay. I now know what Sky Daddy is. Okay, moving right along.
Interesting argument, and I probably am not going to stay on the conversation very long because that's your God. That's your Sky Daddy. That's your religion. I have a different...
Tom GA says CGA exudes feminine energy. I don't know where you're getting that from, Tom.
From religion. So who gives you who gives you the authority to change the understanding, the conversation to your religion?
Bad Rasta says, Don just took an L. It's okay, bro. Dude, I take L's on my show all the time, man.
That's your religion.
I'm not changing the conversation.
Okay, so it only works if it only works if you believe in your...
Kolia says Christ is king. Christ is king, but Christ is not the judge. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the light, but Jesus isn't making those decisions in court. Listen, I am all for believing in a higher power. I am, and I'm not being facetious here, gentlemen. But CGA is 1,000% on point here. God ain't gonna be there to save you from the divorce courts. He's not there to save you from the judge.
Or Sky Daddy. That's the only
Sky
way it
Daddy.
works, and that's the only way you're going to advise men.
We're talking about mitigating risk.
No. We're talking about, can men get into a marriage today only under your Sky Daddy? That's what we're assuming.
Okay.
Now, can they do it otherwise?
Yeah, you can have secular marriage.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, yeah.
Make it work.
I just did. So
Make it work.
The argument that you have is that marriage is great. It's a great institution.
We already covered this.
Well, what made it great?
We already covered
What
this.
made it great?
Can we go into why it would make it work for your secular? That's the question
yeah,
I ask you.
but-
You're asking me questions back. Go ahead and
Okay,
answer the
so,
question.
So if you're talking about secular marriage, there's never been any point to it.
I'm sorry?
There's never been any point to secular marriage, ever. Never. What would ever be the point of secular marriage? It's always been a religious institution. That's what made it great. Now, when you say it's a great institution, what made it great?
Yes. Marriage has always been a religious institution, and that's what made it great. Andrew is exactly correct. That's what made it great. But religion does not have the same backbone as it did back then. Religion has been castrated. Religion has been neutered. Why do you think why do you think Gen Z is not getting married anymore? Yes, religion is what made marriage great. But religion is no longer a part of marriage. That's why marriage is not great anymore.
For secularists, other than the fact that Sky Daddy and God had all these enforcement arms, and those things had to be enforced socially. Like, for instance, men weren't allowed to run away.
Yeah, Mr. Moto Shark says Jesus is the judge of all.
Nope.
No, he's not. Jesus is not the judge of all, guys, and that might be sacrilegious. And listen, man, we can come out with, look, guy, and I'm not trying to make fun of you guys. I'm really not. But all of this Christ is king and love conquers all and we need to follow God. None of that has anything to do with this conversation. Okay? Jesus, yeah, look, Robert, Jesus is not your attorney. Jesus is not the judge. Jesus is not the judge of all. He's not. No, the judge of all is in the court system. This is why we tell you guys to stay out of the court system.
And women, right, they had to show cause for these divorces. And they had to be good causes. They had to show it for things like infidelity, right? It was all biblically governed. It was all lawfully governed by...
Tom G, let me ask you something, Tom G. Are you religious? I just need you to answer that question for me. Number one. Number two, it says you don't think CGA's constant passive aggressive responses isn't feminine energy. He's not being passive aggressive. I just think that Tom, I think you are a religious zealot who doesn't like CGA because he is debating Andrew Wilson. That's what it is. That's what it is. So, like, if you don't like CGA because he's anti-religion, then just say that.
This Sky Daddy guy you like so little, but that's what made the institution great in the first place. And what you're talking about here...
Yeah, but it's no longer great, Andrew. It's no longer great.
Making a point that divorce is bad. And yet, I agree, divorce is bad. So what we're really talking about is how do we mitigate the risk for divorce? And we have two different methods here.
Well, the conversation...
There it is. Crazy how many simps we have for CGA. Y'all really got fooled by the, quote, boss free agent lifestyle grift, huh? Okay, Tom, I appreciate you being in here, but Coach Greg Adams is my friend, and I am respectfully asking you, please stop disrespecting Coach Greg Adams. I'm not saying that you can't have an opinion, okay? But he is my friend, and I thank you to speak about him respectfully. Blah, 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 blah. And I know you're going to have some smart-ass comment coming up, so I'm going to have to ban you too. Cardinal Killer with the $20 super chat. Says, hey, Don, do you think Andrew Wilson would be smart to take a second debate against CGA now that Coach has Andrew's full backstory? I don't think that matters. I don't think it matters.
The method, is marriage good for men? That's the conversation.
But it is. We already said it's good for men. That's not even a dispute.
And now, how do we make it better since they're avoiding it? Since men or women are avoiding it.
It sounds like the thing that you think makes it bad is divorce, not marriage.
Correct.
Then listen, we need to mitigate divorce.
We're 15 minutes in, and we are in the land of reality. You finally called up. Can you tell
I've been
me
there the whole
how
time.
we can get
Okay, now that was passive aggressive. I will. Okay, that makes
to
sense.
the secular marriage? I mean, I've given you a
Yeah,
chance.
so-
You're dragging your
So
feet.
again, secular. There's never been any point to secular marriage ever.
Now listen, marriage is for child creation. It would be great
it
for
is.
child
No,
community
it's
and
not
all
just
of
for
these
that.
things. And now listen, by the time the religious aspects got into marriage, they were chopping people's heads off and burning Bibles. So listen, I know we want to take it back to the past and act like the past was better, but there's always a negative part of the past. If you go back and you look at the English, this has all been there. People were getting their heads chopped off. The Crusaders were doing their things across countries, and they were spreading Christianity through threats and
what does that have
violence.
to do with anything?
Now, that's what you're trying to uplift. That's what you're trying to uphold.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
You wouldn't know what I'm talking
I
about.
don't.
That's where you're lacking.
I have no
so
idea.
catch up. You're sitting
What
across
does the
from me. I
Crusades
want
have
you
to do with divorce?
That was when your holy marriage was the best marriage that you're trying to go to. Now listen,
In the
if we're trying to drag it
1950s?
back-
Were we crusading
No,
in
no,
the
no.
1950s?
No, 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 no. You
What the hell are
talked
you talking about?
You talked about the institution of marriage for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Sir, do you need me to catch you up on what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
but
You're having trouble
do you know what
keeping up
marriage-
with me.
do you know what
You're
marriage looked
having
like
trouble
50 years
keeping up
ago?
with me. You said
I am.
2,000 years ago.
Truly,
and
your
I told
intellect
you
is
2,000
dizzying.
years ago, they were chopping people's heads off.
Which
need
has
you
what to do with
I
anything?
need you to catch up with me, sir.
Okay.
If you want to take things back to the past, you have
Okay, Tom, you're smarter than everybody. Awesome, Tom. Thank you. Fucking great. So now I'm gonna time you out because you're a last word type of dude. But I'll tell you what, Tom. How about you come up and we talk? Tom? I can't, dude. I swear to God, there's always somebody in the chat who thinks he's smarter than everybody else. It's very easy to come up with these pithy comments when you're sitting there thinking. How about you come up and you talk to me face to face? Right? Coach Greg Adams is my friend. And if you're going to talk trash about him, then go fuck yourself. You can call me whatever the fuck you want. I'm not going to tolerate disrespect. Sorry.
to accept everything as the past. You can't just cherry pick. Now, here's the thing.
Yeah, so let's see. Tom wants to be the smartest guy on the planet. Like, seriously. Like, what the fuck? If you don't like somebody, just say that. Don't come on here and make shit up about him.
You're
Jesus.
cherry picking. If you want to take things back to tradition, take it all the way back. Why stop at the 50s? Take it back to the 1890s.
What you're saying right now is so incoherent. I actually don't even understand
Well,
it.
that's what. Listen, when
It's
when you're running out of bullets,
incoherent.
when you're running out of bullets,
Well, it's
the
just
last thing you do
incoherent.
is the shame. All right,
I'm
listen.
not even trying to
Are
shame you.
struggling?
It's just
Oh, boy, here we go.
I
Now
need
we're
you to
getting
catch up with me.
contentious.
Okay, catch me up.
Just say you're lacking if you can't keep it up.
It's
all right,
an
now here's a
incoherent-
problem.
Okay. Yeah. Now CGA. Now CGA is getting a little passive aggressive here. I will admit that.
It's incoherent.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
I don't know what to tell you.
Here's the problem you're having.
2,000 years ago, they were chopping heads off. Who gives a shit?
Listen,
what does that have
you
to do with
said
anything?
2,000 years ago. I'm coming up with yours. Your holy religious 2,000 years ago. It's been a part of
What
the
does that
institution.
have to do with this?
Exactly. Here's the problem.
They're both being passive aggressive. They're both being passive aggressive at this point. I really wish that they wouldn't. Steve Sandman, I see you in the chat, or I see you in the pull-up link. Let me get to you in a second. Edward Cross with the $50 super chat says, "Why is it always nameless, faceless people talking trash?" Well, because it's very easy to talk trash when you're nameless and faceless. That's just all there is to it. I don't know why. I just don't understand why so many people hate people, man. I don't get it. Like, CGA never did anything to anybody. Jesus Christ. All right, let me pull up Sandman up in here. Steve, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
Hey, Donovan, you're my friend.
Yes.
Hey,
I'm
we've
your friend.
conversed before. Let me
Yes,
tell
we
you
have.
something. You know what? I really don't like black culture.
Me neither.
I don't understand it. It's not my culture. But, I accept any man as he is, and you're my friend, and we've had some really great discussions. So, this whole Andrew and CGA debate, CGA had some good facts. Based on facts, as a Christian guy, I really think CGA kind of won.
Okay.
Okay. But I like Andrew. I respect him. I wish things were the way Andrew says
Right.
they are. I wish the church had as much power as Andrew says it does in jurisdictions. But, yeah, I'm a Catholic. The Catholic Church doesn't. No, don't.
Yeah,
don't.
it's
It doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't. And I agree. Like, I agree with Andrew in that idealistically, yes, this is the way things should be. But the world and the culture has changed so rapidly, thanks in large part to feminism, that it just doesn't apply anymore. And if anything, I think somebody needs to rewrite the Bible. What do you think of that?
No, I think the Bible's fine the way it is.
Okay.
All it is definition. Is God in marriage? Well, he should be.
He should be,
but there's
he's
a
not.
difference here. Have you ever heard the statement, "A woman is only as good as her word"?
No.
No.
I've
Have you
never
ever
heard
heard
that
the
before.
statement, "A man is only as good as his word"?
Right.
Okay, so when it comes to an oath, a man takes an oath. That's an act of will. A woman takes an oath. She doesn't really understand what that oath means.
No.
Not an act of will, it's an act of feelings. And so if you go back to the Old Testament, if a woman took an oath and her father disapproved of that, the oath would be disavowed.
Right. Right.
Women do not understand an oath the way men do.
No.
Therefore, marriage can't exist unless the oath is adhered to. And the only way, I'm sorry, this is an uncomfortable truth. The only way to make women adhere to an oath is by force. Force of the father,
Listen,
force of the husband,
yeah.
force of society,
Yeah.
force of social pressure. But you know what? Women are not going to put social pressure on other women to stay in the marriage.
No. They put social pressure on women to be to get divorced. Let me ask you one question before we get out of here.
Sure.
What do you think needs to happen in the church for even its congregation to start taking it a little more seriously? Because I think it's pretty obvious now. Christianity, especially in this country, the way it is now, it really is sort of seen as a joke just because of the inconsistency, the feminization. Dude, we got female pastors out here telling men how to be men. Like, what do you think needs to happen in the church for people to stay, for people to take religion, for people to take religion more seriously?
Well, okay, as a Catholic, the Catholics and the Orthodox kind of have the hierarchy. A hierarchy is needed.
Okay.
Now, Catholics take really great statistics. Do the Catholic bishops in this country know that the marriage rate is down?
Of course they do, yeah.
Hell yes, because there's less marriages coming out of their churches. Do they track the number of baptisms? Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
So do they know? They know, hey, people are not getting married. People are not having kids. And what are they doing?
They're not getting married anymore. Not at the rate that they used
No,
to be.
what are the bishops doing?
Oh, Jesus. They're still encouraging people to get married.
They're sitting on their hands.
Oh, I did not know that.
They're not doing anything. Are they promoting change of marriage laws to abolish no-fault divorce? Are they out there preaching that, we need masculinity, we need to put men back in charge, encouraging men? No, they're not doing that. They're still catering to the women.
Yep.
So we need men of courage to step up.
Yeah.
That's probably not going to happen realistically until things are so bad that they don't have a choice.
Steve, thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate it. You're welcome on the show anytime.
I appreciate this.
Absolutely. Steve Sandman in the house, very good friend of mine. Yeah, and I think, and again, I'm trying to make you guys think. A lot of people have made comments, well, Andrew lost the debate when he said or did this. Or CGA lost the debate when because I'm not to the part, I guess, where he attacks his wife and his religion. And I think maybe what a lot of you probably don't know is this is my first time watching this. I didn't watch this before and then come on and talk about it. So those who are saying, well, you're willfully ignoring, guys, I can only comment on what I've seen, and I have only seen the first 32 minutes of this debate. So if you want to call me out on something that hasn't happened yet in the 32-23, you can miss me with that. You can miss me with that. But if you think either person lost the debate, you have to substantiate their claim. Coach Greg Adams got emotional, so he lost the debate. Just because he gets emotional doesn't mean he lost the debate. Andrew Wilson lost the debate because he got loud. Just because Andrew Wilson got loud doesn't mean he lost the debate. You guys are grasping at straws for the person you either like or don't like. Oh, he said or did this, so he won or lost the debate. Debates are not won and lost based on what you think somebody did or didn't do. Come on. Somebody asked if I was pro Andrew Wilson. Yeah, dude, yes. I am pro Andrew Wilson. I am pro Coach Greg Adams. Guys, I'm pro man. I'm absolutely pro man. All right? Andrew Wilson talks about the way things should be. Coach Greg Adams talks about the way things are. And I think that there's tremendous value in both. I tend to put a little more weight on talking about the way things are rather than the way things ought to be, because I teach men to deal with women the way they are, not the way they should be. That being said, that doesn't mean that Andrew Wilson doesn't have some. This doesn't mean that he doesn't provide some value to this discussion. Let's continue.
You're cherry picking.
Cherry picking what?
Listen,
I'm listening.
I'm gonna slow you down. I'm gonna slow you down because I see what you're doing here. I'm gonna slow you down.
Okay.
Because it's hard for you to keep up.
It is.
I understand. I understand because you haven't been across. This is your toughest debate. Your audience knows this.
Oh, it's rough.
There's no God in marriage.
Okay.
In the United States.
Yeah.
Can we agree to that? When you get to divorce, there's no God in marriage.
We can't agree to that.
We need to agree to it because when you go into divorce court, there's no God.
Yeah,
you can't bring in your God in your Bible.
He's right.
And at that particular point,
CGA is right. And again, it would be nice if God was in marriage, but he's not. He's just not.
How did your ecclesiastics marriage work?
Matrix Hoop says, your chat won't stop being racist. Yeah, we are racist against niggas, Matrix Hoops. We don't endorse nigga shit. Yeah, it's always racist niggas who come in here talking about how racist my chat is. Yeah, you know what? There you go. There it is.
Okay.
Period.
So
you want racism? I'll show you racism.
The thing is, you just said, can we agree that there's no God in marriage? And then he switched.
You don't have to agree.
But hang on. Calm down. And then he switched over to
there's some
divorce.
passive. See? Now there's Andrew being passive aggressive. Listen, guys, they're both right now, both of these men are committing debate crimes. Okay? But the people are only calling out the debate crimes against the person that they're against. Coach Greg Adams is being passive aggressive. Yeah, so is Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson is also being passive aggressive. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. By the way, I'm gonna show this nigga just how racist we are here at TSR Towers. There it is. Let's see who there it is. Matrix Hoops 11. Matrix Hoops 11. The Nigadar. Yep, picking shit up. There it is. Pull up the Periscope. We got a nigga in the chat. There it is. Let's get it.
There's no God in divorce. But those are two different questions and proposition. Hang on. Relax. The second thing is that me saying that what made marriage a great institution is this whole Sky Daddy character. And that the institution has been in place.
I have never, dude, I cannot believe not Sky Daddy. Like, look, I'm not the most religious dude in the world, but dude, Sky Daddy's crazy.
For 2,000 years. And it's been, hang on, calm down.
2,000
and it's
years.
been a strong institution. I'm not actually sure how tying in that at the time they cut.
Flare Riot says, in Andrew's defense, he often says he matches energies. Yeah, Flare Riot, no. When somebody says they match energy, that's just an excuse for them to get out of pocket, right? Like, I reciprocate energy, but you're choosing to reciprocate that energy, right? So if somebody's being passive aggressive to you, that doesn't mean that you are then right in being passive aggressive towards them. Andrew Wilson is he is no less right or wrong than CGA is for being passive aggressive. So there is no defense. Being passive aggressive is not is not a good thing to do in a debate.
People's heads off. What that has to do with the fact that in the 1950s and 40s, you still had 95% of these marriages staying together. This is not ancient history. This is not even early American history.
See, here we go. I would agree with you that people can be biased, and I try my best to check that, but I would say most of the time, Andrew just matches energy with people he's debating. Andrew does not, listen, the way you respond is a choice. Using the other person's, the reason why I was passive aggressive is because I was matching energy. No, the reason you were passive aggressive is because you decided to be passive aggressive. I reciprocate energy. That is just another, that to me is removing yourself from accountability. Well, the reason why I called him an asshole is because he called me an asshole. I was reciprocating energy. That doesn't make it any more or less right or wrong.
Hang on.
Yes, there it is. Selexiol2 says matching energy is a very feminine behavior. And both of these guys have exhibited feminine behavior at times in this debate. I've exhibited feminine behavior. It happens. It is what it is.
In your grandfather's life.
One debate crime does not a debate right or wrong. Come on.
Time, basically. And this, by the way, that was the case for black marriages as well. Very strong institutions. Correct. But all of those institutions were that way because they followed that whole Sky Daddy thing. Correct. They were like, oh, that Sky Daddy's going to smite us if we don't. And so what you do here is you're giving the classic progressive argument, which is, well, guys, it is true that it's a great institution, and it is true it's the best place in the world to have children for the continuation of the species. And also, it's fantastic for men's health. It's fantastic.
K-Dog said, so in a debate, you should let people walk all over you. I'm half agreeing with you, man, but this one point I can't. I can't help you, K-Dog. I can't help you, K-Dog. And again, K-Dog, you gotta get out of your emotions here. You gotta get out of your emotions. Both of these men are guilty of the same debate crimes, but you're choosing to blame one person for it, okay? If one person is hooting and hollering and being all stupid, but the other one is cool, calm, and collected, we say, yeah, that person that was cool, calm, and collected, they won the debate. But if you don't like the person that's going on, well, the reason why he was this way, no. Take accountability for your actions, okay? Andrew Wilson is being passive-aggressive. So is Coach Greg Adams. This is not a chicken and egg thing, okay? This is a debate crime, and both men are guilty of it, and I'm not going to allow Andrew Wilson fans or Coach Greg Adams fans to come in here and point fingers at the other. This is not, no, we're not doing that. Just be on, and the reason I can be objective is because I like both of these men. I like both of these men, and even when you like both of these men, you got dumb niggas like Fatty, well, you playing politics, bro, they're my friends. Come on. Why are you pulling punches with these guys but then going on black women? Because I don't give a fuck about black women, and I like Greg and Andrew. That's why.
Fantastic for their mental health. It's great for them in almost every way, but that divorce thing is real bad. And
See, here we are. Myombic says Andrew started it, period. Another racial idolater. Another racial idolater. This guy, Myombic, I can't even pronounce this nigga's name. This guy doesn't like Myombic. Look, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Myombic, my friend, you're racist. You are a racist-ass nigga. That's what you are. You're a racist-ass nigga. Because at this point, as far as the debate is concerned, I got it 3 rounds to 3. But you don't like Andrew Wilson because he is white. And I can tell you don't like him because he is white because you are only pointing out his debate crimes. Just admit it. Just admit it.
Counter. You're right. That divorce thing is real bad. We have now a center of agreement. But now we're going back to the marriage in the West thing, which is that whole great institution problem. Well, if we agree that what made it good, which you just did, is, hey, that Sky Daddy guy, and then I point out that right now you can still utilize...
I cannot believe that people called... God, that's crazy. I would never do that.
That Sky Daddy guy for an ecclesiastical marriage outside of the state. Hang on. And the only thing you could do is say, well, what about common law? But you can't govern anybody from common law. And at least in the ecclesiastical institution, you have social pressures on women to stay married. You can't offer a man anything like that. Give me a single social pressure you can offer that would actually keep these marriages together. One. What? Just one.
Can I answer something you just said? This would be interesting.
I can't wait.
Hold on. Wait. What did he ask? This is actually, I might be able to
pressure you can offer that would actually can anything like that. Give me a single social pressure you can offer that would actually keep these marriages together. One.
All right, Mayambik, you're out of here. I want to talk to you. Nigga, because all you're doing is talking shit. You're not here providing any value. You're just talking shit and disagreeing. So if you want to talk to me, your ass is gonna have to pull up. But for now, shut the fuck up and get your bitch ass out of here, nigga.
What?
Can't stand
Just
niggas
one.
like this.
Can I answer something
Yeah.
you just said? This would be interesting.
I can't wait.
You said
But
the
can you answer
19
that
L
question?
take,
then?
bro.
No,
Yeah, an L take. Tell me why. Come on up and tell me why, you dumb nigga. You dumb fucking monkey. Come on up here, you dumb monkey. Come up here, you dumb ass hyena ass monkey, and tell me why that was an L take. You're not going to because you're a stupid monkey. Now what are you gonna do about it? Swear to fucking God.
Oh,
man.
the
1940s.
Of course, you gotta ask me a question.
Because
before you
listen,
answer
I'm listening to you. You asked the question at the end. If you would have asked it at the beginning, possibly I might have been able to address it. But let me address this point.
Okay.
You said the 1940s.
Oh, CGA should have come right in there with
The
that.
1950s with this imaginary sky daddy controlling marriages. That sounds like enforcement. Because by the time the
Doesn't it?
1970s came around, the very first change.
That was actually a good question that Andrew just asked CG. I don't know why he.
Women got to file a no-fault divorce without need for evidence, without need to have a private.
Yeah, Legend says exactly, Donovan. If he's looking at the man's race and not listening to what he's saying, that he can't be objective, dude. And that's the thing. This is the problem. This is the problem with niggas. Is niggas are blinded by their own blackness. It's crazy. It's crazy.
An investigator to prove an affair.
Was no fault the 70s?
Yes, it was the 70s, started by Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
I'll educate you.
But hang on.
Came along. Hold on for a second. No.
Yeah.
I got the
Go
floor
ahead.
here. I got the floor. So you said the religious institutions governed it and made it great. The 1970s came along, and soon as they did,
Feminism.
women started to file divorces at record rates, which is back to my conversation.
I have no idea. Guys, this is a random thought. I have no idea why all of a sudden I have a hankering for a Chick-fil-A sandwich with hot sauce on it. I have no idea why that is. I have no idea why all of a sudden I want a Chick-fil-A sandwich with hot sauce.
Soon as you remove the authority of Sky Daddy, now you're back with the state. And now you have difficulty, and now the risk is now greater.
Oh.
So that's the issue that
Then
you
it
have.
sounds like men should be moving towards Sky Daddy then, because it mitigates the risk.
The courts, the nation should be
There's
moving
no
towards
courts.
that. But how do you enforce that?
What court? What court?
You're
You're not getting a marriage from the state. What court?
I think at this point they're arguing semantics.
are involved
Everything
here?
you told me is a make-believe scenario.
How? You can
You're
do it
telling-
right now. How is it make believe?
How do you do that when people,
Here's
the
what you-
marriages through state?
yeah.
I know, you want to go
I'll
back
tell
to
you how.
Ecclesiastics. This
No,
is
I'm
going to be
telling you,
a
you
problem.
can do it right
Okay.
this second.
Okay,
You could go
do
do it right now.
You can do it at this particular
can't
point.
do.
However,
What do you mean?
Here's the problem.
Okay.
Can you get men to do it?
Yes.
Okay. You might be able to think you can get men to do it, but as soon as they do it, I want you to stick around for the average of 8 to 10 years
There you
when
go.
these men start getting divorced. See, what?
There it is. Got him. There it is. He got him. There it is. There it is. And again, I understand where Andrew is coming from, but this is very idealistic. Is religion going to be there for them in divorce court? The answer is no. We can talk about Christ is king and put God at the head, and as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. That's fine. That's great, and I do believe that a religious family, regardless of the religion, I think that religious families are probably a little bit more stable because there's a foundational, you guys have foundational principles that everyone is living by. But those foundational principles don't work in court. That's just the way it goes.
What you're doing is you're leading.
We've
men,
been
hold on
watching
for a
it for
second.
longer.
You've been leading.
Listen.
You're going to lead men into a burning building.
Oh.
And the
There you go.
reason why,
There you go.
and this is a famous quote by Martin Luther King, is because the laws of integration didn't catch up fast enough for what he wanted for people to integrate.
Woo! Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, CGA is cooking here. Reverend Brown with the $10 super chat said he said the Lord's chicken has taken effect on you, Don. You can feel that holy sandwich creeping into your soul. I shouldn't have said nothing out loud, man. God damn.
And what happened was it took him
Nigga, you stupid. Oh my God.
12 to 15 years to realize that he led men or black people into a burning building in which integration was not possible at the time.
Okay.
You are also proposing the same thing. And I would like for you to
How?
stick around to
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think Andrew definitely means well. And I'm not saying that CGA is saying this, but it's almost like he's accusing Andrew of purposefully leading men into a burning building. I do believe that Andrew Wilson definitely means well. He means well. He does, but his solutions are not viable. Not today, anyway.
See the results of what you're proposing, because eventually you would have to pay the price. How did Martin Luther King pay the price? You would have to pay the price for the men that you misled.
So Martin Luther misled men, and that's why he was killed?
I said he misled black people. You missed that part. He said, okay, let me repeat it, because you're slow.
Wait, Martin Luther or Martin Luther King?
All right, you definitely are slow, Neanderthal.
That's for sure.
Let me tell you something.
Oh, come on. Okay, all right. Come on. All right, see, listen, I like CGA, but I don't know, man. Honestly, man, I think to have a really good, a true discussion where everybody gets something out of it is a friends debate. I remember back when I used to keep up with politics, I used to watch Hannity and Combs. Sean Hannity, conservative, Alan Combs, liberal. They used to get into debates all the time. And yeah, things got a little contentious now and then, but they were good friends. Very, very, very good friends, right? That's why those discussions were valuable, because they actually liked each other. These two clearly don't like each other.
I'm dragging
Martin
Knuckles
Luther
over
King
here.
said specifically, related to black people and civil rights,
Yeah.
I'll speak slowly for you,
Oh,
that he
oh, CGA, don't do that.
believed at the end, he led them into a burning building. I'm going to speak slower. The reason why is because the laws of integration did not catch up with what he would like to present.
Okay, so this isn't the tactic I would take, but, you know, hey, listen, we're all human. We're all going to make mistakes. This is not something that I would do, but I'm not there.
Black people weren't ready to integrate. As a result, he said, I may have led my people, that means his people, into a burning building.
Okay.
I would like for you, under your scenario, if your movement takes off, to see the results, because it took Martin Luther King 12, 15 years to see the results of his efforts. You're proposing something very extreme that majority of people aren't going to do. But let's just say because you like to hide in the clouds of make-believe, if this works, I would love to see you represent these men in a divorce when they get their head bit off by these so-called women that are forced by Sky Daddy to stay in these marriages.
This is really, like...
I mean, look, man, the passive aggressiveness I could do without, for sure. For sure. Not something I would do. That doesn't make me any better or worse than Coach Greg Adams. But guess what? He's not wrong, y'all. He's not wrong. If you're going to be the guy, and see, this is why I sell my products. How to build a quality woman from the ground up. How to train your woman. How to stop female manipulation. I'm going to be there on the other side, right? I'm not going to be there. And see, here's the thing. I could not endorse something. I could not endorse a certain lifestyle if I couldn't then come out on the other side and say, okay, here's what you did right and here's what you did wrong, right? I'm not, that's just never something I'm going to do. But by the same token, if you're going to advise men to go a certain way, you got to have those solutions ready for them. Oh, we've got Plutarch in the pull-up. Plutarch, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
Hey, Donovan, how you doing?
I'm doing great, man.
So, I wanted to talk about this ecclesiastical marriage thing a little bit.
Okay.
So, we talked about this when we reviewed this, and we came to a realization that the church has already decided how it's going to enforce ecclesiastical marriage.
Okay.
And you've probably heard Elena talk about, man up and serve her,
Absolutely, yeah.
Be the servant leader she wants to be, right? So that's the direction the church has already decided to go.
Okay.
So if what Andrew is talking about was going to work, the church has to completely upend everything that they've built for the
There you
past
go.
60 years.
There you go. That's it.
So, I completely agree with you when you say, oh, people are saying, oh, Andrew Wilson won on this style point or CGA won on that
Sure.
style point.
Right.
When we looked at it, we came to the conclusion that CGA won on technicals.
Okay. Okay.
And this is part of why. Because CGA is saying, look, it's like what you were saying earlier. The church isn't going to show up in the divorce court with you.
No.
Right?
No.
Because
they're not.
the church has already decided which side of that question it's on. You've heard Pastor Nick's story.
Yep.
You know what the church decided there, right?
Oh yes. Oh yes. God, that was terrible.
Right. The church can't be the answer. And it pains me to say that. You know my background.
Of course. 100%.
But I have a duty to the truth. And we all do.
Let me ask you this. Because I agree. You gotta overhaul religion. If I 100% agree. If what Andrew is saying for Andrew's theory to work, there has got to be an overhaul. What do you think? What does a religious overhaul look like to you? That's a good question, right?
I'm sitting here. I have to put together my thoughts because we've talked about this, but that is a project of decades because there's so much that must be done.
Okay.
We have churches that have women in position of leaderships.
Oh my God.
That's got to end.
Yeah.
And that's
Jesus
a huge
Christ.
project.
That's crazy,
just
man.
by itself, right?
100%.
Okay. So you take that project, but there is a fundamental theological rot in the church.
Yes.
That also has to be excised. And you see it in, and I went to a fairly conservative church, and even then, it's just as an example, they would spend at least once a year, you would get a sermon about how men are evil for watching porn. Like, don't do that. You're evil.
Right.
But
right.
The can I say that on YouTube? Sorry, there's a slang term running around. It's called clitlet.
Clitlet.
I think I could say that on your channel.
Before. That's brilliant.
It's not mine. It's if you know Critical Drinker, one of his crew came up with it. So
okay, that is perfect. That is perfect.
But the church refuses to talk about it. Flat refuses. All of them, even on the conservative side.
Right.
So now are there guys out there talking about it in the church? Yes, of course there are.
Right.
Pastor Joel Webbin. But he's one guy and one church.
Right. Let me ask you. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Here's what, and I'll get you out of here on this. I think that in order for there to be a religious overhaul, this might be a little bit of a stretch, but I think there needs to be another Reformation, Plutarch. There's got to be, and for those of you, again, the Reformation, and I'm not the most theologically gifted, but the Reformation is when the Protestants, they protested, that's where the root word came from, broke off from the Catholic Church, led, of course, by not Martin Luther King, but Martin Luther. Will there have to be a Reformation? Will there have to be a Reformation in at least America to overhaul religion? Because I can't see it happening any other way, but something extreme like that.
Yes, but I don't think it would look like the original Reformation.
Well, let's hope not.
Well, so the Reformation gave us 20,000 different denominations.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes.
And that's actually where many of the problems we have today came from.
Yeah.
But at the same time, okay, so you have the Orthodox Church, and they are a unified church. And the local Orthodox Church in my area had pride flags and was,
man, there you go.
There is I think part of the problem we have is that there is no church today that can honestly take this over that men would believe.
Oh my God. And that's the thing. You have to create a church that men will get behind, because if you can't have men getting behind it, it's going to crumble. We're actually seeing the results of that now, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Plutarch, thanks for coming on, man. Dude, like you, Elaine, and Steve, you guys all have standing invitations. You guys are welcome. Come on anytime, man.
All right, thank you. It's good chatting with you.
Plutarch in the house, absolutely. Dude, love talking to Plutarch. He's a very intelligent guy, man. Very, very smart. He has a little more cerebral brawn than I do. So shout out to him and Steve Sandman. Every once in a while, I think I was actually just on with them a couple of weeks ago. And be sure to tune into be sure to tune into their podcast. It's every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Let's continue.
I don't even understand how
you don't understand. I know you have a hard time understanding.
I don't actually even understand how to respond to a lot of this because it's so incoherent. But I'm going to try anyway.
Oh yeah, see, this is
So let's start.
This is his voice incoherent when he understands. Perhaps you don't understand.
This is
Travis Truth. The lines are open. It is pinned in the chat.
that might be what it is, and it's okay to say you don't understand, and I can speak slowly for you.
I don't understand now, but I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why.
Dismissive. I mean, you know.
I'm going to tell you why.
See, I can do without all of this. Come on, guys. Come on.
It's okay. When you're losing, just say you're losing,
Well,
and I can speak.
let me know when I can talk when you gas out. Go ahead.
Don't do
Go ahead.
it. Don't
So here's
do it.
typical tactic, but you can work that against these
Okay,
older
so-
coaches.
Now we're talking about the conversation and not the debate. Oh, Phoenix Light Games is in the house. What's going on, PLG?
Hey, Donovan. How have you been, man?
Been good, man. I've been busy. Busy as hell. Just got back from Devin and I just were in South Carolina for her brother's wedding. So now all of her brothers and sisters are married. But other than that, doing good, man.
Yeah, and yes, and everybody's going to say in the chat, BLG, why'd you cut down your beard? The reason I cut it down, guys, is because the first time I shaved, I had my face bare is because I shaved it in different directions. And I was I was told by my dermatologist, who was actually my aunt, by the way. She told me that I need to shave it in one direction so it all can grow down evenly. So, but don't... Yeah,
wait,
so that's
wait, hold on. Slow down. Say what? Wait, hold on. What is this pro tip that she told you? Shave in one direction so it does what?
Shave it downward, or depending on how your face is.
Okay.
For me, my hair grows downward, but first time I shaved it was about maybe about a year ago. I shaved it all over the place because I just wanted to start anew. I didn't realize that I was supposed to do that. So she told me to shave it down in one direction so it can all grow evenly, because even though it looked full, it was growing in different ways. Like, say this side is growing this way, but this side is growing upward, and it all got messed up even if I combed it out. So that's why she told me just down in one direction so it can all go to the same place, because that's why
bro, you just changed my life. You just changed my life, man. Hey, Brandon Storball says nobody cares about your beard. We care about beards here at TSR Towers, man. We like that knowledge. We like that knowledge.
So I'm gonna comment. I'm gonna cover two things. Well, actually, three things, and I'm gonna try to keep it as fast as possible.
Okay.
It's gonna be about how everybody's responding to this debate, and it's gonna be a hard R tip that I actually discussed with a cop when I was on the job. When I was on my job, I was talking to this cop and everything like that, and it's actually something very insidious that niggas do, and I got some hard R news for everybody.
Okay.
First, everybody, well, all the haters in the chat and everything like that, what they're trying to hold, like they're saying like, Coach Greg Adams and Andrew Wilson being both passive aggressive, and they're trying to put themselves up on the moral cathedral here. Like, well, I thought these guys were supposed to be these big red pill professionals. Why are they acting like this? Okay, first of all, guys, yes, I guess people look at Myron Gaines, people look at Donovan Sharpe, people look at Andrew Tate. Yes, these are figures that we highly respect and everything like that. But at the end of the day, guys, nobody's perfect. Everybody's human.
People too, man.
Like, you can't really anticipate how somebody's going to react depending on somebody, how they say. Of course, they could be. It could be reacting to what they're saying and everything like that, which is not an excuse or anything like that. But at the end of the day, guys, nobody's perfect. We're all human. Fresh, we already know the whole scandal with Daisy Chen or anything like that. Yeah, and I really hate that argument saying, "Oh, Fresh doesn't practice what he preaches." Okay, just because he doesn't practice what he preaches doesn't mean that the advice he gives is invalid.
Right.
I don't understand. I really don't understand. Actually I do understand that. It's just haters looking for an excuse to not like Fresh because I never liked him in the first place. Because let's say Fresh was absolutely perfect on paper, and then all of a sudden the Daisy Chen thing incident happened. Well, this is why I always had
There it
my
is. Yep, that's
Fresh.
it. I knew there wasn't something quite right about him every time.
Shut the fuck up, guys. You know what he's saying is the truth. You know you know the message he's trying to preach. Yes, they Daisy changed the. And trust me, Fresh and like Donovan said months ago, Fresh got an earful from Myron, and Donovan definitely gave Fresh an earful too. Trust me.
Trust. Oh my God.
Yes.
Yeah, we let him have it.
Trust. Yes, he took accountability, and trust me, he got an earful. So guys, like, dude, he made a mistake. It's over with. But again, this is they just want to harp on that so bad because they want to feel better about where they are in life. And they hate the fact they hate the Fresh for the fact that he's successful. That's the bottom line.
That's it.
And this is like really low down black pill thinking. Like everybody's supposed to be perfect. You should be
crazy.
no, you shouldn't have any issues.
He sent over a woman. Dude, people talk trash. Donovan Sharpe got cheated on by a 19-year-old. Yes. 15 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. I've been cheated on, bro. Did it suck at the time? Yes, it did, but I learned from it, and now I'm better for it. Like, dude, like people want to harp on your failures, but they only harp on your failures because they can't stand that you're still successful despite your failures. They can't stand that. Okay, so that's the one thing I wanted to comment on. The second thing is I'm on the thing. I'm talking to somebody right now. Sorry. That was my dad. I'm sorry. He just walked in.
That's cool. What's up, Dad?
Yeah, the hard R loophole thing I discovered when I was talking to a cop earlier today. When I was earlier this week. This is some insidious shit. He told. Well, I actually asked this and I actually came to this conclusion myself. I asked him, hey, if somebody is under the influence in the commission of a crime, let's say burglary, and somebody does that, and they're found, and they're deemed not, how do I say this, not aware of their actions, they're gonna downgrade that to a simple trespass.
Right.
And
right.
Like I said before, niggas learn the law not to understand them. They learn about them to use loopholes to give themselves permission not to obey authority or get away with whatever crime they're committing. I think this is a loophole that they do. Let's say they're planning a burglary, but they get so inebriated, not to the point where they appear inebriated enough, but they're still aware of their actions.
Sure.
And one of the videos that you actually broke down weeks ago actually perfectly illustrates. So you remember that nigga in the park that was so high on lean and everything like that. And
oh my God, yeah, that was crazy.
And what gave it away, where he was so high, but he was still aware of his actions. He was always quick to give an answer about what he was not going to do. And when the cops asked him, "Hey, what is your name so we can ID you?" and he says, "Oh, I can't breathe. Nigga, you know what your fucking name is. You're using the fact that you're inebriated in order to use an excuse to get away with whatever crime you're doing."
Wow.
I think they purposely get inebriated before they commit crimes in order to get off. Like, say he's trying to burgle, and the cop told me that if he's under the influence in the house and he's completely not unaware, and of course niggas are gonna be embellished. They're gonna say crazy shit like get an insanity plea or something like that. They do that so they don't get a serious charge like burglary, and it's downgraded down to trespass. And I'm pretty sure Praetorian Guard will
know that.
Talking about. And okay, so that's a loophole that they do. Third thing, and then I'm gonna leave you to it.
Okay.
All you niggas that came up in the chat and everything like that saying, "Oh, Donovan Sharpe, you talk shit about black women and everything like that." I have now, whenever Donovan Sharpe starts the Hard R podcast, I actually decided to do something for him. And for everybody in this chat that say, I don't think what you're saying is bullshit. I have a new YouTube channel, guys, that I created for Donovan Sharpe. It's called Archives.
Oh, and Hard Archives! This is brilliant! I love it! Hard Archives, I love it!
Hard R Archives, yes. I sent it I sent it to you, Donovan, in the Discord and also in your messages. You can look at it whenever you have time.
All right, I'm gonna check it out.
I already separated everything by playlist, so I'm looking at it at my computer right now. I also put some extra shit for you, and if you wanted to, do like impression fit clips or anything like that. But what I have right now on my computer right now is I have a playlist called Out of Control Teens, which is nigga teens. I have Putting Children at Risk. Currently, there's about 35 videos of black women putting their children at risk. I have.
Oh my God!
I have 20 videos of Out of Control Teens. I have Sassy Crybaby Violent Niggas.
Oh my God!
There's 52 videos of those, and I have Donovan. I'm sorry, there's not that many. I'm still looking, but I got a playlist that's called Homeless/Booty Juice Beware.
Oh my God, booty juice!
And
those niggas said booty juice. Oh yes, my goodness!
Yes, and 2 more. Well, I have a bunch more.
Okay.
I have 3 more. I got Hard R videos exclusively. If you ever want to react to the ones that are too extreme on Rumble, it's called Hard R for Rumble. You're gonna see that as and you're gonna see feral, barbaric, animalistic behavior. That's a playlist. That's 37 videos of there. And the one thing is another one is how do I say? Damn it, I'm trying to find it right now. It's Niggas on the Run, 21 videos.
This is gonna be great.
And I think that's about. I think that's about it. Oh no! Oh yeah, here one more thing. No nonsense cops with black fatigue. There's 29 videos, bro. Cops go in on these things, whether they're trolling or they're punching the fuck out of niggas.
Yo, listen, you gotta drop. They're telling me in the chat you gotta drop that link so they can sub to that immediately. Holy moly!
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna do that right about now. But that's the news I wanted to share with everybody. Donovan, trust me.
Niggas on the run.
Yes,
this is gonna be great.
For personal, so it doesn't get flagged or anything. I call it actually ninjas on the run, but it's actually
all right. Okay, so ninjas equals niggas. Oh my God, dude. Phoenix Light Games has just changed the game. Guys, dude, drop the link. Drop that link, because I got to see this. That dude said, niggas on the run. Holy moly. Holy cannoli. FS Claire with the $50 super chat. Says, I sub to and like them both. They are having 2 different conversations. What should be versus what is. CGA won because he is anchored in the reality of now and the condition of people's behavior. Andrew appeals to an idea how people should behave, like MLK did. Comment of the day. Comment of the day. And again, I admire Andrew for espousing what appears to be an unpopular opinion here in the manosphere. But again, CGA, that stuff is rooted in truth, man. It really is.
Can't talk.
Hey,
Go
listen,
ahead.
you can work that tactic against those OnlyFans girls that you debate.
Oh,
debating 23-year-old ignorant women.
They're smarter than you.
But now,
they're smart.
CGA don't do it.
They're smarter than you. You're sitting across from a person here.
Oh, no.
That's looking at a Neanderthal saying you don't understand something very simple.
CGA, come on, bruh. CGA, no.
This is the simplest thing that you can understand.
Okay.
Your go.
Are you sure?
Please.
I can actually do it this time?
Please, put me to sleep. Please.
Okay, so
put me to sleep.
Here's why it's incoherent, and there's a bunch of this I don't understand. You keep on saying that these men are going to get divorced, and yet I'm proposing non-state marriages. How are they?
Travis, I'm not running scared, you idiot. Listen, Travis Truth, I'm not going to unblock you. Sign in on another account. If you want to come up and talk to me, bro, you gotta make the choice. Okay? Sign in on another fucking account, you idiot. I don't even know how to unblock you in StreamYard. If you really want to talk to me like you own Myron, fucking sign in on another account. Jesus.
Going to get divorced. Well, you can only say then via common law.
Almighty.
But again, you have no defense yourself against
these are if scenarios. I said I was going to debate somebody that's going to come.
Why do you keep filibustering?
Scenario.
I
let
let
you
you
real
speak.
scenario.
I let you speak the entire time.
Give me something to speak about.
Okay.
You're giving me
I'm not
an
asking
scenario.
you to speak.
You're trying to invite me to your church.
I'm
not going to
asking
your
you
church.
to
Please
listen.
give me a real scenario.
You have to shut up long enough for me to
Come
do
on,
it.
please. I've been here 30 minutes waiting for you to do it.
All right.
Give me a real scenario.
Okay, so what I don't understand here, again, and I'm going to ask again, in your incoherent worldview,
Okay, please.
you keep on saying that these men who I propose this to are going to get divorced. But I'm not proposing that they get married through the state. The state's the one who does the divorces. So
okay, all right. Now I'm good with that. I'm good with that. So I'm good with Andrew saying, hey, look, I'm not telling you to get married under the state because the state is the one that does the divorces.
The only thing you could say is that there's a potential for common law here. But that's something you yourself cannot guard them from by your own admission.
You can, actually, if you want to cohabitate with a woman and want to, quote unquote, get married to her and keep the state out of it, you get, quote unquote, married and live in a state that does not recognize common law marriage. So let's just do a quick lookup. States that do not recognize common law marriage. States that do not recognize common law marriage. Okay. So here's what this says. This is the AI Insight here. Just so you guys know, we have 304 people watching. No coincidence. It says here, most states do not recognize common law marriage as it has been abolished in the majority of states. However, all states will recognize a common law marriage that was validly created in another state that allows it. The states that do not recognize common law marriage all include California, Delaware, and Washington, and some others have also abolished it for marriages, entered into after a specific date. States that do not recognize common law marriage, which is not all. Here you go. Arkansas, California, Connecticut, Delaware, Louisiana, Maryland, North Carolina, Oregon, Tennessee, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, and Wyoming. So there you go, guys. There you go. So, I agree. I agree with Andrew. If you want to get married, just don't get married through the state. I'm good with that.
The second problem that we have here is that I don't have to stick around for 10 or 15 years because we can look at the numbers right now in religious marriage for what this looks like. And here's what this looks like. If you're a Catholic, you're way less likely to get divorced. And if you're Orthodox, even less likely to get divorced. And it's because of that ecclesiastical structure. You're not ever going to be able to prevent all risk from divorce, not under anything.
Thank you, God. That's the most realistic thing you've said all day.
But not under any system is that going to be the case.
But why are Catholics getting divorced? How do they get divorced?
They get annulments. They don't even get divorced.
You're right. They don't. Yeah, that's right. Catholics don't get divorced. They get annulled, which is pretty much the same as a divorce.
Okay, and it's a really long process, and it's rare.
Christians have a similar...
He's right, and I've been through that process.
...divorce rate than the secular.
No.
So they have a very close. So how do they get divorced?
I'm going to
explain.
How do Christians
get divorced?
I'll answer your question.
Please tell me, because I know how to get divorced.
So
right into the divorce court.
Yeah, I know. So because they call it a state marriage.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm proposing that they don't do that, right?
Okay, a land of make-believe.
How's that a land of make-believe? You can go fucking do it right now.
Please tell me what
are you talking about?
What percentage of people do this particular thing that you're doing, that you're proposing?
Why would that matter? Let's say it's one person.
Okay.
Why would that?
Well, I do. And guys, see, here's the thing. I'm pro CGA, but what Andrew just proposed is literally exactly what I've done. Devin and I, we got married. We actually got married in Miami. We got married in Miami, Florida, and we put it out on YouTube for all the world to see. Now, we live in the state of Nevada that does not recognize common law marriage. This is what I've done. Those are the steps you have to take. So I'm good with that.
Okay, it's one person. So you're taking a very small chance. You're arguing against me that has millions of people on my side.
Are getting divorced and you don't want
But you're telling me a small 20 people in a little house on the prairie that you govern people without electricity and you riding horse and carriages. Yeah. You're telling me this small...
Notorious BG says CGA crash out on live stream. Even if CGA crashes out here, that doesn't mean that he's wrong. This doesn't mean that he's wrong. Just because somebody crashes out doesn't mean that they've lost the argument.
All percentage of people are going to lead a movement of doing something you're proposing here on YouTube. This is going. How many people are doing this?
Okay, why would that matter?
It would matter because then we can use some data to determine, do these people end up in divorce?
Well, we can
more
do it.
than likely.
Travis, shut the fuck up and get the fuck out of here, man. Dumb nigga. Just niggas coming in here just talking shit. If you want to talk to me, you know where to fucking find me, dummy.
This is great because we can look at the data. So let's look at.
Please.
Do you want to look at the Catholic data and Orthodox data for marriage?
We're talking about your ecclesiastic proposal.
That's what we're talking about. This is the ecclesiastical proposal.
If we're using Catholic and Christians, their divorce rate tends to be very close.
I'll look it up.
It's very close. Let's
Not
go ahead and look it
Catholic.
up. Hold on.
We're about to look it up now. Here we go. Here we go.
Self-ID.
No, let's just put Christians.
Christian?
He's like,
Christian and Catholic.
You have to define. You have to tell me what a Christian is.
He likes to dice up all of these people. And listen. I would love to go to your church one day. I would be a wonderful guest, and I would love to thump the Bible, and I would love to say a prayer with you. However, this conversation is entering into
Can we pull up my screen?
Very much a Sky Daddy conversation, which
we got it.
It's about belief.
Who brought up Sky Daddy? You
brought it up about
we got the divorce rate pulled up right here.
That's not.
You brought that up.
What is that?
So that is a religious argument.
If you're an
which
atheist, you
people
should
in
be
a
able
religion-
to contend with that.
A lot of people would not want to do that. You're telling me a small percentage
Who
of people are going to
cares?
do this.
We're talking about mitigating the rates of divorce. It doesn't matter how many do it.
Can we move forward from this one? We agree to disagree.
No, we don't agree to disagree. I need
so you want to keep it here in
counter-arguments.
your land of make
I want counter arguments.
No, I'm not going to argue in your land of make believe.
Yeah, because you can't. You have no counter
Because it's
arguments.
ridiculous.
You don't have one counter argument.
Here's a counter argument.
Okay, what is it?
There's no God in marriage. How many times do I have to say that?
That's an assertion. It's not an argument.
If you end up in divorce court, God doesn't matter. None of this matters. That's real. That's the realest argument that you can possibly hear.
There it is.
Soon as
Hey, look, man. Hey, look. And again, Envy of Justice says fact check will show Andrew's point. Andrew's point. What is Andrew's point? What is Andrew's point, man? Guys, look. This to me, this is a two-sided discussion. This is a two-sided discussion. You are either pro-marriage or you are not. That's it. That's it. I like Andrew Wilson. I disagree with his position. It is possible to do both.
You end up in a divorce court without the state.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. I'm going to tell you how.
Okay.
In the 1940s, which you so love, I don't know why you don't live there. You look like you live there. You're dressed like you live there. Here's the problem. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Here's the problem.
Okay.
These people, under your authoritative godly marriage, still got divorced at high rates once no-fault divorce showed up. It started at 25%. Then by the time you get here, it's close to 40 and 50%. It's still prevalent. I'm giving you the reality here.
Not the reality.
You're trying to drag me.
Luna says it's an insertion. I see what you did there.
Back over here to the Little House on the Prairie. It's not working. It's not going to work with me. How about this?
How about a counter argument?
If traditional marriage, I gave you one.
What?
I mean, come on, man.
What is the counter argument? Come on, man. It's not a counter argument. What's the counter argument?
There's no God in marriage, and divorce
that's an assertion, not an argument.
God in divorce.
No, that is not. No, that's. There is no God in marriage. There is no God in marriage, y'all. I don't know. I don't know. He says that's whatever you want to call it. CGA's right. He's right. There is no God in marriage. And I think that's where this whole Sky Daddy thing is coming in. Right? People, God is king and Jesus is the judge. No. None of that's true in a fucking court, man. We can and guys, we can get all emotional and all religious and mother and no, man. CGA is 347% right. You can thump the Bible, you can read scriptures and this and that and the third. They're not doing none of that shit in divorce court. It's not happening.
Divorce court.
God's not an argument.
That there's no
God
in divorce court.
God's not an argument.
That
is an argument. And that's what CGA is saying. Andrew is telling people, I would assume, that, hey, as long as God is in your marriage, you have nothing to worry about. And CGA is telling him there is no God in marriage. And that is the truth.
Okay, well, there is a God in divorce court. Argument defeated.
Exactly.
Argument defeated.
Oh, my goodness, boy. All right. Did you leave your sandbox outside? Did you miss your toys?
It's just
Did you not
ridiculous.
get it? Here's a problem.
I want an argument.
This is the absolute argument.
Okay.
You're trying to drag me to church. I'm taking you outside of church. You can't combat it because you want to battle inside the church. I'm not letting you.
Ooh, uh-oh. Score one for CGA. Score one for CGA.
So let's get back to the state.
I don't care if secularists get married.
Let's get back to the state.
What do you mean?
in that divorce rate. Did you find out the numbers?
Yeah, I pulled it up earlier, but I'll pull it up again. It's up on the screen. Can you guys see this? Catholic, 19 to 25%. Mainline Protestant, 30 to 35%. Evangelical, 26 to 33.
That's up there.
Now, pull up
That's up there.
Orthodox.
40,
Orthodox.
33, 34, 30. That's pretty high.
Orthodox divorce rate. Let's see.
17 to 20.
I see average 33%.
That's
U.S.
U.S.
average.
That's
All
evangelical
adults.
Protestants.
Like, dude, these
that's
are-
with the.
Look at these percentages, man. Dude, 1 out of 5, 1 out of 3, 1 out of 4, 4 out of 10. That's crazy.
It says
Coalition of
Orthodox
all
adults
of them.
ever divorced 17 to 20. U.S.
Yes.
adult average 33%.
Yeah, so they're much lower.
It says in the U.S. 33%. The
They're
Orthodox ever divorced, that's worldwide.
Yeah, they're much lower rates.
Okay, but you're saying that they can't get divorced. That's what you said.
No, bro.
You said, is that what you said?
The whole point
said
here
they
is
can't
how
get
do we
divorced because you're
mitigate the
enforcing
risk
them.
of divorce? You can't ever completely mitigate
30%.
it. It can't ever be completely mitigated, but you can mitigate the risk of divorce.
Okay, great.
It is lower. They're
Much
saying
lower. Much lower.
Okay, all right. So a chance of getting hit 30% versus 44%.
There you go.
This doesn't.
There you go. See, and I agree with CGA here too. Okay, so it is lower in the church. Guess what? It ain't low enough. It ain't low enough. Okay, so people who get married in the church divorce a lot less. Okay, divorce less. Fine. But the difference, the statistical difference doesn't make it any less risky. Guys, listen. Andrew Wilson's right. He's right. No. Andrew is fucking wrong. I love the guy, but he's wrong. Just because people who are religious get divorced less doesn't mean they're not still getting divorced at a high rate. Okay, so people who are religious get divorced 7% less. That's still not risk averse enough. That's still not risk averse enough. And RumbleSun40 on the Rumble side says, so you have to find a church girl? Oh, hell no. Nope. Dude, the last place you need to look for a church girl is in the church.
Defeat the argument. Those
It does defeat
divorces.
the
Tom, I have no idea what the divorce rate in the 1960s has to do with this discussion. Like, guys, I'm not gonna look, guys, check this out. Let me just be as clear as I possibly can. Okay? Do not get married with the state. I don't give a fuck about your statistics. I don't care about the fucking 1960s. Do not get married and involve the state. That's the point. That's my point. I don't give a fuck what the statistics say. We all in here know that getting married in this day and age is a risky proposition for men. That's it. Bottom line. I don't give a fuck what religion has to say. I don't give a fuck what God, I don't give a shit. Any man who gets married by the state is a fucking idiot, especially if you're aware of this channel. That's all there is to it. I'm not talking about statistics. No, I don't want none of that. No, I'm gonna fight like my dog. That is absolutely stupid. I don't care. Like, end of discussion. I'm not arguing with you people about this. That's my position. I'm not looking shit up. Fucking hell, man.
Those divorces happen in the court of law because
Thank
no
you.
divorce
That's
cannot be
right.
reported in
So
not
this
that's
is
not in
great.
the court of law.
Actually-
so what is the divorce
Yeah.
that happens outside of the court of law? If it's 33% in the court of law with your Orthodox ecclesiastic marriage, what is it outside?
even
What is
lower.
it within that?
A lot higher.
Okay, so add that 10%.
Yes.
Now we're at 40%.
No, you wouldn't add
Whatever.
that. You wouldn't add 10%.
That's the legal
What are you
divorce.
talking
Hold on for a
about?
second. When you say a divorce, those are reported divorces legally. That means these people filed in the legal reported system. That's 30+%. Okay? You said there would be more that were outside of the door.
No, less.
Outside of the state.
Less.
No, hold on for a second.
Less.
thought he
There's
said
additional outside of the marriage, outside of the state.
No.
Oh, there's none?
Well,
So you're saying
no,
there's zero.
Not really.
What are you saying?
Not really
Okay,
or
so
no?
let me explain.
Please.
So that you understand.
Additional to the
Yo.
33%.
But you have to, can you at least let me finish this time?
Please do it because you're slow.
So if it's the case you're in an ecclesiastical marriage, you're still adding usually the state. These people are all adding the state, okay? The Catholics themselves, if you were to look at their annulments rate from the ecclesiastical authority, it's actually much lower.
Okay,
than
Sheldon.
even the
Sheldon, whatever your name was, I saw you in the pull-up thing. Oh, there he is, Sheldon Williams. There you are. All right. Oh, wait, hold on. That's weird. Sheldon, I'm trying to add you to the stage. Oh, there he is. Gotcha. All right, Sheldon, you are on live with Donovan. What's on your mind? Sheldon, you're on live with Donovan. What's on your mind?
You got me?
Yep. Loud and clear.
Okay. Cool.
What's on your mind?
Hey, so like you, I kind of like both of the guys.
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, yes. So I, just like you, I also do like both guys, Andrew Wilson and CG.
Right.
Now, for this debate, I lean more to CGA's part of it. I am married.
Okay.
But just like for a lot of people, let's say our policing system has gotten a bad rep and has actually been what's the word?
Demonized.
There's a lot. There's a lot of they've lost a lot of public trust, and that's the same thing for the religious right. For want of a better word, just like what Andrew is pushing as far as Christian marriages and so on. And part of it is they don't adhere to the original source material. For police, their original source material is the Constitution. So they should be upholding constitutional rights. They don't a lot of times.
Okay.
For Christians, when they are upholding marriage, they should be close to the source material, which is the Bible.
Okay.
And they don't. The Bible is very clear. Patriarchy is the head.
Right.
But if you look at, for example, the biggest patriarch in the Bible is Abraham.
Right.
Abraham also had many wives. But modern Christian religion, they do not, they actually call that a sin.
Okay.
They uphold monogamy. You just said earlier today that Martin Luther King is a bad person, and I don't really want to get into that, but one of the things he brought up was that because he cheated on his wife and he slept with other women. That's a modern Christian interpretation that is not biblical.
Right.
If you sleep, and that's because we grew up with an understanding of Christianity that has been pushed by the Council of Trent and the Council of Nicene, which is a Roman Catholic westernized version of Christianity that is non-biblical.
Okay. And now I'm just gonna let you know this is way above my pay grade. So I'm learning. I'm actually learning by talking to you because I am not that theologically. Yeah. So I'm just gonna take your word for it.
Yeah, and
go ahead. Oh, he froze. Nope, you're there. I got you. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Absolutely. And this is verifiable. Anyone can go up and look at this. I'm in a marriage. I'm in a monogamous marriage.
Okay.
But this is an important thing. Not that everyone. Yeah, I can hear you.
I think there's. I think I'm gonna bring you back in a little bit because I think that there's a big. It appears to be a big time big time delay. Let me move on. Let me move on with some of this debate. Then I'll come back to the pull-up line.
Percentage that you're getting from the state because they add the state in, which means some people will ignore the ecclesiastical authority and get divorced anyway.
That's exactly what I've been.
Tom, oh my God, dude. Tom, bro. Look, man. You can talk about statistical courses and all this other kind of stuff, okay? I'm not talking about statistics here. Okay, the marriage and divorce rate in the 1960s has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about today. And what we are talking about today is that legal marriage that involves the state is something we advise men to strongly not do. I don't know why we keep bringing up other things. I don't know why we're doing this.
Telling you the
nobody ever argued that.
Exactly. But so
we're arguing about mitigating the risk. Mitigating the risk.
Still a risk.
No, it would mitigate the risk.
So the risk is slightly lower.
Much lower.
Okay, that's not that much.
Brandon Storball says, Don, you should take a poll who won at the end. Honestly, I don't think we can declare a winner in this debate yet. I think, listen, CGA is making excellent points. There is no God in marriage. Marriage does not benefit men at all in the least. Andrew said, "Hey, listen, I understand what you're saying. You know, don't get married. Through the court. Just get married through the church." But the only reason why I endorse getting married, you don't even have to do it through the church. Just don't do it through the state. And that's where the mitigation falls in.
Lower.
It's much lower.
40%. You're talking about 33% to 43%.
No, we're not. We're talking about 20% to 35 to 40%.
Okay, so that's lower.
Yes.
Okay, that's all you got. Now, here's
that's
the
all I
problem.
need.
That's not all you need because there's still risk. How do you say
Nobody said there wouldn't be risk.
Exactly.
You can't mitigate risk for anything 100%. It's not possible.
Exactly. So
he's right. Andrew is right. And I've told you guys, even though Devin and I have this, what appears to be this, locked in, ironclad, whatever, there are still risks that in there. I'm not saying that my situation is free of risk. There is risk with anytime you involve yourself with a woman sexually or otherwise, there is going to be an inherent amount of risk. It is incumbent on you as the man, if you've got something to lose, is to mitigate that risk as much as possible. That's it.
Well, now, why are we telling men to get married?
Because you have to, because everything is a cost-benefit analysis. Your issue is not marriage. Your issue is with mitigating the risk.
At this point, it's not marriage. This is the only. Hold on for a second. Can I say this?
Oh my God! Can you
hold
ever stop saying something so I can say something?
At this particular point, listen,
okay, I'm listening.
You're telling me from this point, we haven't even got to the entire marriage because you're still over in the land of make believe. We haven't even got to the other issues.
What's
of marriage.
make believe?
Hold on for a second. We still haven't got to the other issues of marriage.
I'm willing to
so
get to
you're
everything.
telling me about the mitigation risk, and we've wasted too much time on it. Can we talk about the other issues of marriage?
Well,
which
okay.
are sexless
Can
marriage.
we at least wrap this up?
Yeah, let Andrew finalize this, and then we'll move on to that.
The thing is like, the problem is you said it was a great institution. If you say it's a great institution, even when it was a great institution, people were still getting divorced. So if that's the case, what you're really after is just mitigating risk. And I'm giving you a perfect way to mitigate risk.
Okay.
Right? And the fact of the matter is that it is becoming more and more popular to do it this way. Prenup plus ecclesiastical authority almost mitigates your risk entirely, except for common law, but you can pick the state to live in for that. And you, by your own logic, can't defer from common law either. You can't protect men from that. So the thing is like, you can't have it both ways. You can't agree marriage is good and the backbone for the West and you really like it and it's fucking great and it's a great institution, but also don't do it because it's make-believe that you can mitigate risk even though you can right this second. That's insane.
Okay, so I think what Andrew is saying, and this is something that I tell you guys a lot. Nothing comes without risks. Okay, nothing comes without risks. We have a lot of guys in our comments, oh, he's still paying. Even if he doesn't take her out to dinner, he's still paying. Guys, messing with women don't come for free. Okay? Women don't come for free. Just because money doesn't exchange hands doesn't mean that there is no cost to sleeping with women. There are always going to be costs involved with dealing with women. There is no such thing as a totally risk-free proposition. This is what Andrew is saying. Andrew is saying, look, I get it. I understand that there are risks, so we have to mitigate the risk. And what Andrew is saying is that, all right, CGA, You're telling guys not to get married, even though it's the backbone. You don't want any. No, guys, every situation is going to come with risk. Tom, CGA did not get owned. My God, Tom, Jesus. Tom, like, keep it real. Are you a 75-year-old minister? Because you can't seem to see the forest through the fucking trees, my guy. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? CGA didn't just get fucking owned, man. All Andrew did was regurgitate what we've been talking about here in the sphere. I don't understand, man.
Listen,
all right, final
I'm
point.
listening.
Final point. Let's get to the other risks that are associated with it. We got that.
That's
we
not a
tackled
final
that
point on this.
That is
Make the final point and then
listen,
go to
listen.
that.
I'm a grown man. I'm not 22-year-old OnlyFans. I'm going to say what I want to say. Listen to this. At this particular point,
You got me on that
forward.
one.
Listen, we're moving forward.
Okay, we're moving
At
forward.
this point, what are the other risks that we want to guard against? We got the divorce. You're going to put them on the ecclesiastic paperwork. Less people are doing that. Not a lot of people know how to do it. He just got married. He didn't do it. All right. I can almost guarantee.
Probably not.
Exactly.
So what?
So now, less people are going to do this. Not a lot of people know that. Not a lot of men are going to
So it
prepare
sounds like we
themselves to
should
do
try to
that.
change that, huh?
Exactly. So
Right, and that's why men like me exist, okay? This is why men like me exist, so that if you do want to go into this, we make sure you don't have blinders on. We'll say, okay, if you want to mess with women, that's fine. Here's how to mitigate the risk.
that would be
Tom is not 75 nor a minister, so you've got to be a CGA hater. He has got to. Tom's not a moron, but like his, like, dude, like, sometimes it's like you can just see people's bias. Nobody is owning anybody here. They're both making good points.
very tough scenario,
try to
and
change it.
most likely it's not going to happen moving forward.
Okay.
There are other issues in marriage
Okay, let's
that
get to 'em.
typically, if
I just realized I didn't know.
depending on what authority you go under,
never know where
are
the hell
still
they
a risk for men. Yes, it's great for the backbone, but a lot
Right. And what CGA needs to understand, and I think what a lot of his audience needs to understand, is there's no such thing as a risk-free proposition when it comes to messing with women. Guys, I'm here to tell you, if you come to the manosphere, and expect us to give you some sort of foolproof, ironclad way to not get God, I'm sorry, you're not going to find it. There's no such thing as a risk-free proposition as it pertains to sexual relationships with women. That's all there is to it. If you're looking for some sort of guarantee, you're not finding it here. Okay? And I think CGA would probably admit this. There are a lot of people in CGA's crowd who are looking for that mythical risk-free proposition. But the reason why they appear to be looking for that risk-free proposition is to give themselves an excuse to just check out. If you want to say, hey, you know what? The reason I don't mess with women is because it's just not worth it. Just say that. Just say that. But don't come here and say, well, he's still paying. There's no such thing as a risk-free proposition. Nothing comes for free. Chambers 44 with the $5 super chat says, these women in my office keep saying they can't find good men. What does this mean? Can't they just find someone who has their life together? Yeah, Chambers 44. The women in your office who are complaining that they can't find good men don't like the right men. Because I can guarantee you that any woman between the ages of 25 and 30 has met at least 5 to 7 Mr. Rights. In other words, men that could give them a happy life. They're just not the men that these women want. That's what they're talking about.
A lot of men are in sexless marriages. A lot of women are in sexless marriages.
Yep.
The percentage of affairs in marriages are still a big issue. That can't be addressed. Those risks are going to be tough. And now you have an issue because now whoever's your authority has to mitigate that risk. Now all of a sudden they have to govern or socially pressure the women, and that's going to be difficult to do. 20%, 30% of sexless marriages, 20-30% of people having affairs. This is not the intent of people who get married. So yes, we have the divorce.
Travis Hunter's out for the season. Big shock there.
We set that aside. Now, what about within the marriage? How do you mitigate the risk for that? I'm assuming you're going to have the ecclesiastic come through the home and force the wives to fuck.
Yeah, here's what we do. Make money, make muscles, learn game, hold frame. That's how you do it.
Their husbands.
Oh, that's quite the straw man. But I'll go ahead and answer. Actually, the ecclesiastical authority does mitigate against this, and here's my proofs. Proof 1. If it is the case that you get married to a woman who's a virgin, but she's a virgin because she's a Christian, hang on, let me get through the entirety of the argument before you start freaking out. If it is the case, your chances of that marriage ending Very, very, very small one. And two,
very true, Andrew, but what percentage of women are virgins? Come on, man. If.
they report that they have a happier sex life. This is actually the case with the decrease in body count, which generally comes with the more religious people. Meaning,
that's right.
The more that you take your religion seriously.
Whoa. The more you take the religion. See, now this is where we're getting into the weeds here. Because a lot of women are cosplaying as religious zealots when they're really just reformed hoes.
The more that you pray, the more that you engage in that whole ecclesiastical authority thing, the less likely it is you step out of your marriage. Significantly less likely.
And Andrew is right. But how many people actually adhere to the ecclesiastical authority?
Less likely it is that you end up in a sexless marriage. You know why? Because there's a reinforcement in Christianity that men and women are not allowed to deprive each other of that, of sex, when it comes to marriage.
Right, but only the women are depriving their husbands and not the other way around.
And you find that people who follow the traditional faith generally don't. And so, yes, the ecclesiastical authority preaches that from the pulpit. Sorry, lady, you got to fuck your husband. That's part of God's law. Yeah. What do you got for him? Go out and just fuck everybody? What are you going to do to mitigate? By the way, you're at the mercy of the same criticism. You can't mitigate guys' girlfriends from fucking around on them any more than you could a person's wife. You can't mitigate them stepping out on them. You can't mitigate them treating them like shit. You can't do anything. At least I have a mitigation here. You have nothing. You have nothing. Just liberal degeneracy. Give me something. Something you could do that would give any sort.
Here's the thing. I agree with what Andrew is talking about here. Andrew speaks out against the degeneracy because that's what he truly believes. There are a lot of people who like Andrew Wilson because they can't get laid. Yeah, ecclesiastical authority and all this degeneracy is bad. Let me ask you something, Mike G. Because I have a feeling, Mike, that you, my friend, I don't think you've had much success with women, and I think that's the reason why you hate CGA. You see, a lot of guys who speak out against this degeneracy are guys who could never get laid in the first place. You will never hear men who regularly get laid or have had success with women talking about, well, you know, this degeneracy. No. A lot of men are hiding behind this religious zealotry as sort of a cloak for the fact that they just aren't successful with women. You're just not, and that's okay. It's okay that you're not successful with women, but let's not pretend that the reason why you are staunchly in favor of the ecclesiastical authority and that people should go back to the Bible is because that's what you really believe. No, the reason you're clinging to religion is because you couldn't get laid in the first place. That's not a crime, but that's the way it is. And so when people like Tom G come out and everything you hear Coach Greg Adams, oh, that's a stupid point. Yeah, Tom, methinks, and this doesn't make you a bad person because most guys in here can't get laid on the regular. This applies to most people. But it's a lot more comfortable to sit here and thumb your nose. Yes, we're not teaching degeneracy. Have you tried the degeneracy? I've involved myself in degeneracy, and though I do have some regrets, I don't regret everything, because I'm going to tell you what, my magic carpet ride of 3.5 years in and out of relationships, in and out of strip club, in and out of bottles, cocaine, and all that, hell of a ride, my friend, and I wouldn't trade it for the fucking world. Please believe. But I think a lot of guys stick to this religion thing because they can't get laid in the first place. And so they're hiding behind this, well, I don't believe in degeneracy. The reason you don't believe in degeneracy is because you could never get involved with it. Just like when women make their necessity a virtue, men do the same thing. Down with that degeneracy stuff. No, you can't get laid. You're not in shape. You're not driven and goal oriented. So now you want to make the case for no. If you can't get laid, just say that, and we will help you from there. But don't come into my chat pretending to be some religious zealot because you are staunchly against having sex with beautiful women. Who the hell is against having sex with beautiful women? Yeah, exactly, nobody. That's what this is. I think this religion, is cope for a lot of you guys.
Any kind of failsafe against this. One thing.
I don't know what communities you live in, but your church pastor is going to be very busy walking in all of these bedrooms, preventing divorce and enforcing women to sleep with their husbands. Now,
Fucking CGA. Come on
First
now.
leap
like you
of
didn't even
faith that
hear
you
a word I
have.
said.
Hold on for a second. Oh, I heard you. The first leap of faith is virgin. Okay, if we look,
The first leap of faith is a virgin. Thank you. Thank you. Everything that Andrew just said is absolutely correct, but you gotta find the virgin first.
at the stats. Please pull up the stats of how
let's
many
go.
women
It
qualify
doesn't
as a
hinge
virgin.
on virginity.
You said
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, Andrew. Oh, no. Oh, this is where I disagree. It does hinge on virginity. It might not hinge on virginity, but it hinges on body count. And virginity is a derivative of body. Actually, body count is a derivative of virginity. You see, the less men have fucked a woman, the more happy she'll be in her relationship and marriage.
virginity. I'm just
baseline-
letting you know.
my
You
God.
brought it up.
In America?
Now, in America, what women percentage qualify as virgins? All right, so you're going to say
good-
very few. So
That's
you
a
know
good
this.
question.
7%, age 22 to 34.
7%.
7%, age 22 to 34. And I guarantee you that is a very liberal number. That's a very liberal number. I don't even think it's that high.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you know what?
So now we have.
God, this guy.
Yep. Look, I'm sorry. That's it. That's it. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. And I agree with Andrew. I agree with this point. There are all sorts, guys, every statistical analysis done shows us that the less sexual partners a woman has, the more satisfied she is in her marriage. But you got to find them first. You got to find them first.
Do you know what a baseline for an argument is?
That was the baseline.
Yeah,
You
and
want to say
so
now? Do we want to
the
increase
base-
the body count?
yeah,
I mean,
the-
because
yes,
if you're looking,
that was the whole.
Tom, shut the fuck up, dude. Like I'm already like seriously, Tom, I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you. Tom, you're arguing in bad faith. He says, not a religious zealot. Yes, you are, or even that religious. Yes, you are. Attack my point. Stop trying to rationalize why I'm saying it. I'm not a zealot. Yes, you are. I'm not an incel. I don't know that. Never had trouble pulling women. Stop the fucking cap.
Stop the cap.
Stop the fucking cap, Tom. You want to know? See, here's the thing. I talk to losers like you every day. I know what it sounds like when somebody can't get fucking laid. And the first thing these motherfuckers do when you tell them that they, oh yeah, I can get laid. No, you can't. Tom, no, you fucking can't. And I know you can't. And that's okay. But don't argue in bad faith. You are against degeneracy because you could never get involved in it. Like, dude, it's as clear as day. Coach Craig Adams got cooked. No, he didn't. What are you talking about? The only problem you have with CGA's argument is the degeneracy. You're the guy who says the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Tom, how can you know the juice isn't worth the squeeze if you've never had the fucking juice? Tom, keep it I figured it out. You let women talk long enough, eventually they're telling themselves, Tom, that's the same with you too, bro. You can tell me whatever you want. I know you've had trouble picking up women, and I don't even think you're in a relationship right now. And that's okay. You probably have more peace in your life than a lot of us. But don't. Oh my God. Oh, I got to get all these F1 cars. Pierre Gasly. I want all the F1 cars. I want all the F1 cars for Christmas. The Lego. That's what it is. Tom, I've been doing this for 10 years. And I have locked horns with losers like you for over a fucking decade. And all you motherfuckers sound exactly the same. Let me guess, Tom, you also hate Andrew Tate. You also hate Myron Gaines. What do all these men have in common? They're good with women. They got their black belt in women. CGA, black belt in women. Anytime people come out against guys like CGA, especially when they talk about degeneracy and religion, no. You're making your necessity a virtue, my guy. You're making your necessity a virtue. It's okay that you can't get laid. Most of us can't. But don't hide behind religion as a way to cover up your cope. Okay? If you can't get women, then you need to do something about that. But don't talk shit about somebody who can do something that you can't or won't do. Fuck out of here, man. It's as obvious as day.
Whole point of the baseline.
Okay.
Of the
He says, I don't hate Andrew Tate. Yes, you do. I know you do. Listen, bro, Tom, I've already figured you out, bro. I've already figured you out, man. I've already figured you out. That's
right now,
that's
if you
enough.
can pull up.
See, I don't hate Myron Gaines. Yeah, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
How many women in Gen Z, because this is marital age women, would have a body
That's
count
not the only
lower than 5?
No,
because
millennials
now
are
we're
also marriageably aged. What do you mean?
okay. Millennials, younger
Yeah.
millennials.
All right, Tom, you're out of here. If you want to talk, Tom, pull up. Pull up, Tom. I'm not talking to you in the chat anymore. Pull your punk ass up and we can have it out on the air. God damn.
Okay, because
I swear to God. And you want to know what, Tom? I do want you to pull up because I'm going to tell you what, Tom. I guarantee you I'll pull your card if you pull up. Go on and pull up. You have no trouble getting women, huh? I guarantee you within 10 seconds I can let you know whether you're full of shit or not. You're this manly, masculine man going back and forth. Show your face. Pull the fuck up and we can have this debate right now. But until then, shut the fuck up about shit you know nothing about. Unbelievable.
Point in older people getting married, they're not procreating.
I swear to God. Dude, I'm telling you. A lot of guys, I think I figured this out. A lot of these black pill motherfuckers figured out, you know what? Being black pill really ain't that cool. Let me find another way to hate on men who are doing shit that I wish I could do, but maintain the moral high ground. Oh, I know. Let's get behind religion. Yes, down with this. Down with all of this degeneracy. We need a more ecclesiastical marriage system. You can't even spell ecclesiastical. No, you can't get laid. You're not willing to do the work to get laid. So you're going to talk shit about the people who teach men to get laid. Got it.
Have 1 or 2 kids.
Yeah,
That doesn't
people
help
do
us.
procreate.
Next.
Not that much. All right, they're going to have 1 or 2 kids. All right, listen. It said in the Bible, in your Bible, it says be fruitful and multiply, not add. All right, we're not adding one little autistic kid. We're multiplying.
That would be multiplying.
No, it wouldn't be multiplying.
Yes,
Having
it would.
one little brat ass
If
kid.
you have 3 and you have 1 more, that's
All right,
multiplying.
however, multiplying by 1. All right, that's
So
not the answer.
multiplying.
Okay, listen. We're multiplying
Okay.
by multiples. You know what I'm talking about. Now listen.
Yeah, that is a
you
multiple
want,
that we're
hold on for a second.
multiplying
Hold on for a second. You want to convince me that there's going to be women of low body count in this secular world we live in to make your scenario work. To enforce women to have sex with their husband from the pulpit.
Yeah.
Do you see? This is very strange.
Well, I have all the data
secular
to back
person.
my. Show me
from a very
anything.
small percentage. I mean, it works in a podunk town. I don't
Doesn't
know where
just
you're
work in a
from.
podunk town.
We're talking about the metropolises. We're talking about major
And
cities.
how is your
And you're
plan
talking about
gonna mitigate
virginity.
that? How is your plan going to mitigate
remember,
that?
I don't know if you remember. I asked you. All right.
And I
This is
told
the question
you.
and you came back with virgins.
No.
And you came back with enforcing sex from the pulpit.
Yeah, there you go. He came back with virgins and enforcing sex. This is why CJ said there's no God in marriage. If there were God in marriages, then women would fuck their husbands.
Argument. That's why you can't respond to my arguments. So let's do it again. If you want
Please.
to mitigate.
Force women to have lower body
You're
counts.
not, dude. How's it force?
Go ahead.
How's it force?
You're the one enforcing sex.
How
with the
is it?
husband.
How?
do you
How are we
enforce
using
sex?
force?
How are you enforcing?
This is a good question by CGA. How do you enforce women having sex with their husbands? You can't. You can't. I'm sorry. Look. I mean, fundamentally, I agree with Andrew. But where are you going to find these religious girls who are virgins?
Forcing sex to the husband from the pulpit.
Through social pressure, doofus. The same way you would with
Okay,
everything.
Gentlemen, your wife is going to have sex with you because church reverend enforced her to have sex with you.
Do you think?
Okay.
I can't. I mean, dude. Listen, I'm not gonna say Andrew looks dumb here because I understand where he's coming from. But what we need to understand. What we need to understand here is that this is why CGA is talking about the land of make-believe. Okay? Yes, marriage could work in the United States, but the conditions have to be so right. And even if the conditions are right, she still has people pulling her in all different directions.
Please pull up the chat.
Yeah,
His suggestion is to have a church reverend enforce you
They're
to
not
have
enforcing
burning
it.
desire to have sex with your
Enforce
husband.
requires force. Enforce is a derivative of force. You can't enforce absent force. No one's saying force.
This is how your sex is going to be had in his marriage. It's through enforcement.
Ice Dragon Kid says CJ is right, though, if you take your feelings out of it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, man, CJ has taken some verbal jabs and some barbs. He's not wrong on this, guys. Sorry.
Through the religious pulpit.
No, it's going to be
this
the
is
idea.
2025,
If it's
and we're
the
still
idea,
here somewhere on Little House on the Prairie.
If it's the idea,
I would love
that
to have
women
this
have,
reality.
If it's the idea that women have and men have both, that they're not supposed to deprive each other from this, because that is how they live the life.
Oh, I got Sheldon Williams back. Hold on, Sheldon. Can you? All right, Sheldon, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. It looks like we're back on point. Okay, but please continue with your thought.
Yeah. So, so I just want to bring it back to the debate.
Okay.
There was some insight that CJ had talked about, which basically, you can see at the start it was a little bit civil, and it pivoted to kind of the name calling and stuff. And he did say that it was supposed to be, his understanding was supposed to be a pre-recorded debate. And then at the last end, they said, well, let's just do it live. But also, I think Andrew did a really good job of putting in the chat of switching the topic of the debate, which kind of threw CGA off a little bit in the front. Because if you look at the topic of that debate, it says,
"Is marriage worth it?
Marriage good for men?
Good for men, right?
Right." And then Andrew kind of shifted to, well, how do you fix marriage, right? Which, if you know anything about CGA, his whole stick is, well, marriage is a burning house. It's men have to save yourself, men, because it's not. It's that's why he has the book The Free Agent. So
right. And he is correct. And see, here's the thing: you're one of the lucky few. You've been married 21 years? You said.
Yeah. Well, I've been married 17 years.
Oh, dude, 17 years, and you still. I'm assuming that you and your wife still like each other, right?
On good days, yeah. On good days.
Well, that's marriage. That's marriage, right? I don't like Devin on certain days. It is what it is.
Yeah.
You are one of the lucky few. And like people like Andrew Wilson are very, very fortunate that it doesn't appear that Andrew has been red pilled. It really doesn't. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But when you have not been red pilled, what Andrew is doing, I don't think he means to do this, but Andrew is essentially the 6'5" alpha Chad with the chiseled jaw and the 6-pack abs giving out dating advice. Okay, that guy's never had problems with women ever. So how can a guy who's always had success with women, what can he teach me about not having success with women, right? Andrew Wilson's been divorced. Clearly that divorce wasn't bad enough for him not to prevent him from jumping into another relationship with a woman who had kids from another marriage, right? And so I think that's probably where Andrew Wilson is coming from. I just think it really just kind of depends upon your risk mitigation.
And I think he also has kind of moved the goalpost when they said, well, if marriage is good for women, if marriage is good for men, and his understanding of a good marriage as well, how many people have stayed in the marriages. And I can tell you that there are a lot of people that are in marriages that they feel trapped. They feel like, I'm talking specifically about the men, because the topic was, is it good for men? They feel trapped. Their woman talks all over them. Their woman runs all over them.
Yeah, man.
They are a shell of themselves. If you see them, they put on weight since they got married. They can't go anywhere. Like if you see them, if you see some of these men after they get married, the marriage itself, without anybody saying anything to them, is what's gonna have people stay away from the marriage. And that was the point that I think CJ was trying to make. You're trying to say, well, look, in these Christian marriages, it's lower. Okay, the fact that their divorce rates are lower doesn't mean that they're in a good marriage.
There you go. That's exactly right.
They just have pressure not to actually file the divorce. But you don't know if the man got one piece of pom pom for the whole month from his wife, or sometimes for the whole year. You don't know if they even sleep in the same bed. But the whole thing is, you have to, if you're going to say that men should get into this marriage, well, obviously you have to first diagnose the problem of what's wrong with marriages in the first place that's scaring people away. And the only thing he can come up with is how you can force and manipulate women to stay in there. I don't want to sleep with a woman because my church pastor told me to sleep with her. That's not
right,
appealing to me at all. I would rather do like what CGA did and give her $50 and $60 or $100 and call it a day.
Sure.
Rather than having to force her to do it, because at least she'll be doing it enthusiastically for $200.
Right. Thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us today, man.
My pleasure.
Sheldon Williams in the house. Yeah, listen, man. He had some good thoughts, and I think both men are making very good points. I don't really think that there is a winner and a loser on this debate. I really don't. I'm Team CGA on this, but
life of a Christian. The case of the matter is that they try to keep themselves sexually appealing to the partner. They try to keep themselves moving towards that state where they're found appealing. That's part of that. Why do you think? And by the way, you keep saying force. Can you demonstrate anywhere that I said that there would be any force involved with any of this, or that it's even necessary? Enforce is force.
Correct. That's what. So I was.
So where is the force? Where?
You tell me. You're the one.
You're
that's
asked the question.
Wait, you're the one that told me the church reverend is going to come enforce marriage.
No.
And sex.
When?
You said that earlier.
No. I said the ecclesiastical authority uses social pressure.
Social pressure.
That's not
social pressure. Doesn't mean anything.
Your husband.
No,
social pressure. There is no, and again, I agree with Andrew. Social pressure keeps women in their marriages. The problem is there's no more social pressure for women to stay in marriages. The social pressure, it's funny. These women call these women who call these other women pick-me's. That's not social pressure, man. These women are getting societally pressured not to be in marriges.
Making them do anything.
Okay, to encourage them to fuck their
yeah.
husband. Okay, this.
Don't you encourage people's wives to fuck them?
I don't need to be in their bedrooms that much.
Yeah,
I can't force
if
her to do anything. I can't force a woman to do very much.
If a woman called you and said, "I don't sleep with my husband. He seems angry at me," would you encourage her to sleep with him?
I wouldn't encourage her to do anything, especially with me. I don't mess with married women. That's their business.
So your solution is fucking nothing. Nothing.
My solution is very clear.
What is it?
You're telling me at this particular point.
No, the CGA solution is very clear. CGA, see, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. Phil Rockwell is another hater. God pill versus no solutions free agent pill. Yeah, Phil, you really need to watch Coach Greg Adams, my guy. You really need to do your research, Mr. Rockwell. CGA has been around for a long time, and that is his solution, is the free agent lifestyle, is the mitigation of risk. That's the difference.
That you're going to enforce through social pressure. Social pressure.
That's not force.
Hold on for a second. Social pressure enforces women to be very promiscuous at this particular point. Now, you're talking about 7% of the population or better, maybe 10, that are going to fall under this category, and this is going to lead a wave of women sleeping with their husband through social pressures, when social pressure quite tells them the opposite. Let me handle
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about at this point.
Exactly. It's very difficult. I know.
It's
very difficult for you. I know, exactly. And very nice tactic. But listen,
it's not a tactic. I'm trying my hardest to understand.
You're taking a very small scenario to make it the large scenario.
There it is. Yes, there it is. That's it. He is making the exception the rule. What Andrew is saying is that under the right circumstances, marriage can be good for everyone. And CGA is not disagreeing with him, but what he is saying is that the circumstances are not right for that to happen. Okay? Is it possible that you meet an American woman in America and have a successful marriage? Absolutely. It's not likely. And yeah, Selexial too, CGA, he absolutely broke that down perfectly. I agree with Andrew. If the circumstances are right, hey man, the sky's the limit, but the circumstances are not right.
And I'm telling you the larger scenario is the reality, and you're telling me
both
if
reality.
I do this, if I do that.
No,
this is a very small percentage.
You're doing the same
thing.
I'm
telling you about
if
what's
you get
happening.
married, you may get a divorce.
No, I said when.
If this happens, then
if you get married, if you get married, you
need to break this down by demographics.
Hold on for a second. You need.
You want me to break it down?
So
and social
So you want to go. In order for your marriage to work, they have to be white, Christian.
They don't have to be white.
Make money.
No.
And then also probably live in a certain region.
If it's the
now,
case,
what if that's not the case? Because in the United States, I don't know where you live, but in the caves
Then
and
we use
hills
the
of the United-
apparatuses.
if you take the rest of the United States, they're highly not that. That is outside of those demographics.
And don't you wanna
what if
change
they're
that?
what if they're outside of that?
Don't
What
you
if they're
wanna-
not white
don't-
and Christian?
don't you wanna
What if
change
they're
that?
not Christian to make 100K? What do you suggest then?
Yeah, so here's what I would suggest. If it's the case that in the black community, you have more divorces than in the white community, there's going to be contributing factors for why that is. I don't think that, like, black people are just ontologically different than white people, do you?
Oh, God.
Do you just believe, like, that at their core, they're just ontologically different, or do you think that they're the same? Because if that's the case, if we're equal people,
Yeah, now my stream is being throttled. Yeah, big shock there, huh?
in equal people groups, then there must be some other social factors which are relating to this that increase the divorce rate in the black community that doesn't exist yet in the white community. If that's the case, we would specifically target those issues to prevent that from happening, right? We're going to do this across. We're going to do this across the board. Well,
Okay, what would they be?
For the black community, there's a bunch. One, you have a distinction in economic certitude. The second one is you got a massive abortion rate, which is super problematic.
Yeah, that
Another
makes
one
sense.
is you use matriarchal structures in the family home instead of patriarchal.
There's another problem,
Huge
absolutely.
issue that you have. By the way, when it was Christian based, didn't happen. It was a patriarchal structure inside those black homes.
Okay,
Boy,
right.
they didn't
He's
put up
right.
with shit. Not the case
He's right.
anymore. So you have multiple factors here which need to be addressed. I agree with that. Nobody ever disagreed with that, though. What we're trying to do is look.
Mac with the $20 Cash App says, excuse my tardiness. No. Better late than never.
At the mitigation of risk, and even for the black community,
We handled that already.
If the black community moves in to these conventionally traditional churches, they still will have the same ecclesiastical authority, which will assist them in governing their marriage that white people would have, and it would still assist with the mitigation of risk. What's the alternatives? Just
assist with the mitigation of risk. And again, how would they do that? How would they assist with the mitigation of risk? How exactly would they do that?
degeneracy, right? The alternative is just like, we'll just hump them and never get married. Well, what good does that do for blacks? What good does that do? It just leads to more abortion.
He's right. Listen, Andrew is speaking facts here. But here's the thing. Andrew is not arguing from a position of bad faith. He is saying this is why I don't like degeneracy. I don't like degeneracy. Hexagon Lost in Asia says Andrew won when CJ insulted his wife. No, he didn't. No, I'm sorry. Just because someone insults your wife or makes an ad hom attack does not mean that you automatically lose the debate. Okay? Just because, and listen, Hexagon, love you to death. If you don't like CGA and you like Andrew, that's fine. Just say that. But just because someone attacked someone personally doesn't all of a sudden invalidate everything they've said. Because as far as I'm concerned, CGA is winning this debate by quite a margin. He's winning this by quite a margin. Andrew's made a lot of good points, but all of Andrew's points tend to be in line with what we talk about. Right? So if you're going to sit here and if you're going to sit here and tell me that you think Andrew won the debate, we're not watching the same debate. Okay? Yes, there are some verbal barbs and jabs, and yes, there's some ad homs and this and that and a third. But if you're going to look at word for word, more facts are coming out of CGA's mouth than Andrew. And I like them both. It is what it is.
This leads to more degeneracy. It leads to
No. But this is what I was going to say. This is why Andrew Wilson is against degeneracy, because of what he just said. The degeneracy leads to more abortions, broken marriages, broken relationships. I get that. Okay, but we got a lot of losers in our chat who are anti-degeneracy, not for those reasons. The reason you're anti-degeneracy is because you can't get involved in said degeneracy. That's all that is. That's all that is.
Crime rates and the single motherhood's out of control. So, like, what are you doing to prevent any of that? Nothing. Nothing. Tell me what? What?
Okay, thank you. You said things that people have known for the past 45 years. But
there you go. See, there you go. There it is.
Appreciate that. Hold on for a second. Thank you for contributing to a common conversation that people know, but you offer no other solution. That's great. Now, here's a problem. Here's a problem with this. It's an if scenario. That would be great if we can go back to this. It would be great if we can go back and look at and say that blacks, when Luna
Varna Strife 49 bullshit to talk about a man's wife, religious or not. Okay. Listen, man. It's bad form for CGA to talk about another man's wife. Okay, that was bad. Oh fucking well. That doesn't mean that he's all of a sudden wrong about what he said. You guys, you got to get out of your emotions on this one, y'all. You got to get out of your emotions on this one, man. Oh, okay. CGA did, and we haven't gotten to that part yet. Okay, so he talked shit about his wife. Okay, fine. I'll take a point off for that. That doesn't invalidate everything he said. That is a very feminine way of speaking. Feminine way of thinking. Ken Rose with the $10 super chat says, hi, Donovan. I have to agree with CGA on this one. Stripping women of rights and compelling them to servitude currently by religious means is pointless. It eventually leads back to rebellion. Absolutely. Absolutely. Lunavari says, you mofos act like that ain't an unspoken law. Nigga, come on, man. Like, dude, you're hung up. See, Lunar, you're hung up on some shit that don't matter. See, I'm telling you. See, this is when you know people are arguing in bad faith. When they hang on to something that is immaterial. Coach Greg Adams insulting his wife, I guess he's about to do it, has nothing to do with this argument. Coach Greg, what's the original? Is marriage worth it for men? Rachel Wilson has nothing to do with this. You want her to have something to do with this because there's a couple of reasons. Number one, you're a religious zealot, and that's okay, right? And number two, you don't like Coach Greg Adams. And number three, which is probably more common, you never got the player phase out of the way. Just keep it real. Just keep it fucking real. Just keep it real.
They were in the 40s and 50s. Mm-hmm. They had more stable relationships and marriages than even white folks. Here's the issue.
Okay.
Why stop at the 40s? Let's talk about 1863.
Okay.
Your tradition seems to always hit this point of 1940s where you shine this light of traditionalism that you've never lived in that seems to be in a snapshot of something that you don't even know about. Then when I fast
You're not
forward
even saying anything, dude.
Again.
Daryl Bradley with the $5 super chat says, could it be a macro versus micro debate about CJ versus Andrew? So far, CJ is making good points due to experience. That's exactly what this is. Andrew's points are micro. Okay? It's what's possible. CGA's points are macro. That's what's probable. Okay? And look, I'm not going to tell you what you should or shouldn't do. If you want to get married, cool. I mean, I'm not going to tell you you're an idiot for doing it, right? But if you are going to get married, at least go into it with your eyes wide open. Okay? I would strongly advise you not, if you're going to get married, don't get the state involved. But hey, if that's something that you want to do, be my guest. At least you have the information. That's the way I see it. So both men are correct in that they're talking about things that could happen. But again, the difference between men and women, women base their decisions on possibilities. We base our decisions on probabilities. Again, it is possible to meet a virginal wife and have a great marriage and all the rest of this stuff. It's not probable. So are you going to prepare yourself to meet women that you will more than likely come in contact with, or meet up with a woman who you could come in contact with? It's the same thing.
You're not listening. When I fast forward to 1970, when it falls all apart with no-fault divorce, based on what I've been arguing, what happens? All that traditionalism falls apart. Why don't we take it further? Why don't we take it back to bride prices? I mean, how far in tradition you're going to go? You're only going to bang your head around 1940 and 50 because you watched a couple of movies and I Love Lucy episodes? That's not tradition.
Okay.
That was a snapshot. In history that you're trying to achieve again. So take it back further. There's no marriages in the black community.
Let's say take it. Let's say we take it all the way back to the 1700s. Let's just say, just for the sake of it, right? And that I'm totally wrong about all this, just for the sake of argument. Let's just say, what is your prescription to deal with any of those issues when you're telling men in the black community?
Listen up, Phil. Rockwood. CGA hasn't gave one solution this whole live stream. Haven't heard one. Here we go.
To not get married. How is that going to assist with abortion? How's that going to assist with strong father?
We ain't worried about no. See, now, see, I'm going to step in, okay? I don't give a fuck. About what they're doing. I don't give a shit. Yo, this is self-preservation. I'm not here for the greater good, guys. Listen, guys, I'm going to tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what, man. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what, man. I am not all for the greater good. I'm about taking care of me and mine. What about the great? No, fuck the greater good, because the greater good doesn't give a fuck about me. I don't give a fuck about abortion. I don't give a fuck about none of that stuff. Don't bring that shit here. I'm staying away from that stuff. Fuck out of here. What's the solution? Don't get fucking married. That's the solution.
In the home, how's that going to assist with the only demographic population which can't reproduce itself? How? Can you give me a single prescription to any of that?
Let me tell you something. I agree with you on this.
I just want a prescription, dude.
Here's the problem. I agree with you. And listen, if you
guys, Coach Greg Adams, Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines, myself, our channels are literally prescriptions. Our channels are literally prescriptions. Okay? But you want to, but because, and there's always a reason, guys. There's always a reason. Okay? We got somebody else in the chat. We have somebody else in the chat who, how can I put this? We have somebody else in the chat who says they're against degeneracy because they can't, because they could never become a part of it. Okay? If you knew anything about Coach Greg Adams, all this guy does is espouse solutions. His very channel, Free Agent Lifestyle, that's the prescription. That's a prescription. Just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean that's not a prescription. Jesus. The goalpost moving is
ability
insanity.
to provide this prescription better than Louis Farrakhan or Martin Luther King.
Does that mean no?
Give me a second. Listen to me. These
Hexagon says, but Donovan, their debate is about the greater good. It's the debate prompt. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Fuck the greater good, man. Hexagon, when you make decisions based on what's right for you, not what's right for the greater good. There are very few people who make decisions on the regular based on what everybody else needs. No, we are survivors. We are survivors. I'm going to make decisions that are best. Well, let me not go and fuck this 304 because it's going to, I don't give a shit. Stop.
men have tried to pretty much heal this issue, and they haven't.
Oh my fucking God. What in the hell is going on?
No,
So Andrew Wilson certainly not to, neither will CGA. So I don't have a prescription
That's
for the black
right.
community because
That's
the
right.
black community is pretty much doomed at this particular point. They have too much degeneracy.
He is
They have
absolutely
single
right
mother
about
rates
that.
at the 70 and
Black-
80%.
black
But I'm going to
people
tell you
bullshit.
something. You want to come in here and tell me something about ecclesiastics, and you're telling me about the reality of the black community, how to fix it. Nobody's been able to fix that community. So there's nothing you can do, and I can't offer any solution for that.
Look,
now,
is
at that
that-
particular point, you're saying the risk is higher. It certainly will be higher under those matriarchal conditions.
absolutely
so
right.
you get no argument from me there.
There
So
you go.
at that point, where's your statistics lie then?
Well,
Where's your solution
Yeah, here we go. What's right for Jesus Christ? I don't care.
then?
I'll tell you again. So I'm
care.
glad
He's
that-
going to solve the community problems here. I'd love to hear
didn't
this.
say. Listen again. I'm not saying
The black
that-
community problem
Yeah,
solved
yeah.
by Andrew Wilson.
That says the guy who literally
I
just
would
got
love to
done
hear
saying,
this.
I
I would
have
love to hear
zero prescriptions.
Because nobody does.
Yeah,
that
well,
community
here's
is
the
here.
thing.
But I would love to hear
Here's
the
the
black
thing.
community solved by Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, so let me tell you a bunch of things that can be done which will help mitigate these
please
issues.
do. Please
the
do.
first is
that you can accomplish.
Yeah.
Not some
That can be-
pipe dream.
That can be accomplished.
here we go.
That can be accomplished politically, and already are
Politically.
beginning to be accomplished politically. The
Okay.
first is you have to outlaw abortion. You have to. It has to be outlawed. And not by state where you can just go to.
I agree with Andrew. I agree. But guess what? And again, abortion is never going to be illegal. It's never going to be illegal. I agree with Andrew. Unfortunately, this is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Okay? In order to turn things around, you need to overhaul the church. You need to overhaul the church. You need to outlaw abortion. You need to take away women's right to vote. None of those three things are happening. So already pie in the sky type shit.
To the next state and do another abortion, right?
Phil, shut the fuck up, man. Honestly, Phil, honestly, you know what's funny? I can always tell an incel. Because incels like to talk. They like to talk a lot of trash against the red pill. I'm all ears. No, you're not. You just want to come in here and talk shit about people like Coach Greg Adams. Because you, like a lot of people watching right now, were never good with women. And that's okay. It's okay. But here's my problem. is when people like you come in here acting like you have experience with women. When you hear guys say the juice isn't worth the squeeze, okay, you have to listen. You have to listen to men who have had the juice. If I come on here and tell you guys, hey, look, man, the juice ain't worth the squeeze, you gotta listen. I've had plenty of fucking juice. We can't listen to guys like turd flinging monkey. The dude's in a relationship with a fucking doll. A lot of you guys are in relationships with fucking dolls. Come in here posing like players. No, man. Nobody's buying your bullshit. All you religious zealots, you guys aren't religious zealots. You guys can't get laid. You guys are mad at people who can get laid. Just say that. And a lot of you black pill losers have now switched over to religion as a way to talk shit about the degeneracy that you were never a part of. Oh, I'm not interested in that. Who the hell wouldn't be interested in fucking hot chicks? Who doesn't want to have sex with beautiful women? Everybody wants that. And if you can't, yeah, I'd be pissed off too. So I did something about it. But don't come in here acting like, well, I don't see or hear any solutions. Bro, you don't have any solutions either. That's why you're here. The reason why you're here is because you want solutions. If you're going to come in here and try to give... well, we need prescriptions and that. No, you guys are really looking for fucking answers. That's what this is. And you're mad at CGA because he's not giving you the answers that you want. That's what it is. He's not giving any solutions. This dude has been giving solutions for a solid hour. And all I hear from you guys is nothing but fucking complaints. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Stay away from hoes and 304s ain't worth it. You wouldn't know because you ain't never fucked a 304. Give me a break. Jesus Christ.
One of the biggest problems with promiscuity in the black community is that they use abortion as a form of birth control. Same problem that you see in the white community, by the way. It's just more prevalent in the black community. The next problem that you have there is the lack of religiosity, where there used to be a really strong core religious base of based black men. And they were patriarchal, very patriarchal. And the thing is that it's the idea of these feminist bra-burning lunatics that told black women not to be under the evil patriarchy of their men. And yet, at this point, the men are rolling over and allowing the matriarchy to take over in their own community. Is the return to traditional church ethics going to assist that? Of course it will. Of course it will. How do I know? Because it did then.
JR42 just made the comment of the night. Says there are very few men who wouldn't if they could. They're looking for a fix-all cheat code, work not needed. There you go. And the reason why, Jim, I'm going to make this request one time. Stop with the Bible thumping, okay? No. Stop with the Bible. I'm going to give you one more warning, Jim 4. Stop with the Bible thumping. Because you people who are Bible thumping, you're not Bible thumping because that you're trying to help people. No, you're Bible thumping now for attention. Jesus is the answer. When you say that, you're not hoping that someone in the chat sees, you know what? Maybe Jesus is the answer. No, you're virtue signaling. That's what you're doing. Okay? All you Bible thumpers, stop the Bible thumping. We don't virtue signal it here. If you're religious and you believe in God, that's great. I don't give a fuck. Like, respectfully, I just don't give a fuck. Okay? So, you guys can read your Bibles on your own. Fine. Evangelize somewhere else. Okay? Don't do it fucking here, because I know that's not the reason why you're not doing this for evangelization. You're doing this to virtue signal for everyone to look at you. Oh, he's religious. He's religious. He must be a good person. No. Fuck the Bible thumping. Like, I'm dead ass. None of this Jesus saves and Jesus is the only answer. Nah, there are a lot of different answers other than Jesus. Stop it.
A few short years ago. I'm not talking about hundreds of years ago. I'm talking about 60 years ago.
Shit.
By the way, there's other things that you can do too. Getting rid of EBT, getting rid of social programs which are designed to keep people dependent. These are all...
Yeah, Monty Hendo says Bible thumpers acting like they're better than... Yeah, like they have this, oh, well, Jesus is the way. No, he's not. No, he's not, because if Jesus really were the way, then guess what? People would still be fucking married.
All things which can be politically accomplished. Just like abortion, the starting of banning that was politically accomplished in our lifetime. And the thing is like, You have no prescriptions. Fuck, at least I'm trying here, man.
Man, Andrew, you are Captain Obvious. This is the
Well,
obvious
then why didn't you obviously state it as a prescription?
Because people have exhausted the means to be able to do this. Trust me, there have been people way better than you that dress better than you and shave their beard better than you that can do this, and they have
CGA. Come on, man. No, CGA. No. How you gonna talk shit about the man? CGA. Hold up. Greg, come on now. You know you shouldn't have done that. You know you shouldn't have. Don't talk about that man's beard, Greg. Come on now. Greg, just because your beard game is on point does not mean you get to talk shit about other people's beard game. Now that's bad. That is bad form, CGA. Very, very bad form. Come on, CGA. Got to talk shit about the man's beard? What the fuck? Come on, man. Leave that man's beard alone, bruh. Come on, man.
Haven't been able to accomplish it. You have the Democratic Party that is highly influential. 92% of black women voted for Democrats. That's
Jim, I'm going to give you one more opportunity not to talk about the fucking Bible. Drop it or you're out of here. I'm tired of you people.
Also possibly where most of those women go to church. Most of black churches are overwhelmingly women. It's a women's club, and you're telling me about something completely obvious that everybody has pointed out for 25 years. You're not giving me anything new. This is a completely obvious scenario, and you believe that you've enlightened me over here, and you're waiting for me to give you a solution. Let me tell you something.
Not about changing.
You ain't have to go after his beard, though, G. Come on now.
Your mind.
Come on now.
Certainly would never do that. Now, at this particular point here, the unsettling experience that men experience in divorce, all right, you're saying you're just going to mitigate it or eradicate it. What about the small percentage of men that experience it and go through issues like high levels of self-deletion, high levels of them not being able to recover financially ever? They're still going to experience this under your scenario. This doesn't disappear.
It'll
what
never
prescription
disappear.
do you have for those men that went to your marriage and they got divorced 33%? What do you do with these men?
33%
Okay, 20%, 30%. It still was at a high rate.
I think it would
what
even
prescription
be lower than that.
You would hope so. You would hope so. But hope is not a strategy. What?
There it is. Hope is not a strategy. Danger Close with the $2 Rumble rant says, was CGA mostly correct in this debate? Yes. Was he being an asshole most of the time? Also, yes. Absolutely. Listen, man, was CGA look. CGA was absolutely wrong. Oh, we got people that have pulled up. CGA was absolutely wrong for talking about that man's beard. I ain't gonna talk about that dude's beard. All right. We got several people in the pull-up. I have two Hellfongs, actually. Okay. Yeah, Hellfong, you got to turn your stuff off because. Oh boy, yeah. Oh boy. All right. Let's go to Satisfaction. Satisfaction, you're on Live at Donovan. What's on your mind?
Howdy. Yeah. So, just in. Oh my gosh, I'm getting tongue-tied right now. The Crucible, yes. Andrew Wilson, just in his defense, one of the things that, and I don't know if anyone's ever really thought of this, but one of the things that was also in place pre-1920, let's say, was family. Like one of the things, let's say you got a divorce, right?
Okay.
You had family around you to rely on, go back to. And, me and my parents are still married. They've been married for 30 plus years.
Oh, wow. Good for you. Yeah.
And growing up, I just kind of, I always had that behind my back, and I still have that to this day. But most people, they don't grow up like that. And so one of the things that, and I'm a Christian, I go to church every Sunday, do that sort of thing, right?
Okay.
One of the things that Christianity encourages was those families and having that as a backbone of the society. And so, just for Andrews, and I mean, I don't know, they're doing like a lot of ad hominem and they're kind of getting, sidetracked and this and that. I hate to see that because I like them both too. I like CJ. I like Andrew.
I like them, man. I like them both a lot, dude.
Like they're really smart, but I'm like, can we like get to the point where we're like talking about stuff like that,
Yeah. It would be nice to. It would be nice to have. Respect, because the only people that I can really have a true debate with are people that I like, right? Like Brian Sharpe, aka Hotep Jesus. I'm great friends with him. We are staunchly opposed on black issues. That doesn't make me like him any less. That's just that's just. And so I know that when I call up and have a discussion with him about it, I know it's not going to get personal because. I mean, dude, he's met people and members of my family. I've met members of his family. Like we're, and obviously we don't talk as much as we used to because I've switched coasts. But I think the and the ad homs, they do kind of get they do kind of get in the way. But by the same token, it's just kind of like I wish we could do without it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think they should probably just agree. Repeal the 19th, ban abortion.
Yep.
And and we can work everything else out.
I agree. I agree. Thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate your thoughts.
Thanks for having me.
All right, absolutely. Satisfaction. See, now I have that. I can't get enough status. Coach Everett Overton with the $100 super chat. Coach EO, taking it way, dude. Why don't I have? You know what? EO, I don't think you have my new number. I don't think you have my new number, EO. I'm gonna have to get you. I'm gonna send you my new number, man. I don't know where the fuck my phone is. I think my phone is downstairs. Honestly, it's probably. I don't know where my phone is at. Coach EO, he said CGA smoked. He said he smoked Ernest B. World. Good to see you, D. Come on, man. EO, why has he got to be Ernest? Why you got to be Ernest, EO? Come on, bruh. Oh, my God. Oh, Hellfong. There you are. There you are. All right. There. All right. There.
Hang on a second. Sorry about that. I'm very, very sorry earlier. Can you hear me all right?
I got you.
All right.
Oh,
First of all, welcome back.
I'm still hearing the echo. I'm still hearing the echo. Try it. Jump out and then jump back in. Let me give another Don DeMarco to Coach Everett Overton. He called that dude Ernest P. Worrell. Oh my God. Come on, man. That was fucked up. And I'm laughing. Oh, that's fucked up. That was fucked up, and it's fucked up that I'm laughing. All right, let's continue.
What?
Yeah, fix your audio for me, Hellfong. I'll bring you right on.
Hold on for a second. What scenario do you have for men that you led into the burning building when they experience separation from their children, parental alienation, high levels of self-deletion? What prescription do you have, sir, that you sold? You have all the answers. Please enlighten us. What you're going to do with these men? Are you going to enforce them to have sex with other virgins?
Coach CGA, his solution is the free agent lifestyle. A lot of people, he just used this to push his book. Yeah, congratulations. This is the way the economy works. He shouldn't be selling his book. Why not? I swear to God, it's funny. It's funny when people like to hate on guys like me for having the audacity to make money off of our knowledge. Nico, if you have such a problem with the fucking volume, then turn down your goddamn volume, bro. Like, I get it. Not having your phone is a blessing. Turn down your volume! Jesus, fuck. Like, that's all you're doing is bitching and moaning about I swear to God, man, you guys are a lively bunch today.
That you have on the sideline?
I'll answer the question, but I want to make a deal with you that if I answer this last question of yours, that you'll actually answer when I ask you after that.
Listen, we're not in a court of law. I don't have to answer anything. I can state something.
Yeah, I know, but I'm asking if we can make a deal. That if I answer this question, you'll answer my next
question that you ask me. I'll consider.
So we're not going to make a deal on that?
I don't have to make a deal. Listen,
you don't have to. I'm asking if you will.
Okay, guys, now this is petty. Come on, guys, let's go.
Possibly. So go ahead.
Possibly. Okay, well then I possibly will hold the debate hostage until you possibly make a deal with me.
All right, great. So that gives me the floor.
So we'll just sit here and stare at each other, or we just filibuster each other.
Gaptooth Gain says, if you're good at something, never do it for free. Donovan Sharpe. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
At this particular point, you don't want to.
So I can
answer it. You want to answer it,
but you're not going to. But you're not going to answer mine. I just want that clear. You're not going to answer mine after.
Okay.
You just-
So now they're both being petty. Okay. All right. Luna Varna, I'm going to ask you one more time. Please be respectful, please.
I answered the question again. I ask you the question, put it on the table.
So this is pretty simple, right? What you're proposing here. Every policy prescription which is made anywhere in any nation, with any people group, from the tribal all the way to the national level, is going to be a trade-off, no matter what. There's always going to be some people who are disaffected by it in some small percentage, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. We don't run societies based on outliers. The second thing is...
we don't run societies based on outliers. Yet that's what your solution
comes to suicide in men, particularly, one of the best ways to mitigate that is to begin the process of eliminating deployment of troops abroad. Because one of the biggest contributing factors to male suicide, including in marriage with divorce, is their veteran status. And it's because they really depend on their family to assist them with what's going on mentally from the fact they've been deployed in these wars. And one thing you could really do that would help that's what the American First policy is we want to bring the troops home, no more foreign wars. That will greatly help and aid with this problem. And by the way, policy-wise, it's already been aiding with this as Trump has wound these wars down. And by the way, I'll point out...
That's a good one. I like it.
I'll point out a few more things that you can do.
Please do. Yes.
So another thing that you can do is at the national level, right? From propaganda works. I'm sure you agree. Propaganda absolutely works.
Absolutely.
If at a national level you had propaganda, which instead of showing LGBTQ flags, degeneracy, girl bossing, shit like this, which is what you see everywhere, you had institutional family units instead, right? And that was what you
see. CC Chambers says divorced men are not an outlier.
Nope.
No, they are not. No, they're not.
Saw everywhere that you went. And that was where the social status was. At the top-down level, that would really help change people's psyches around. The same way they were indoctrinated towards the degeneracy, same way you can indoctrinate them out of degeneracy. That's how we got a whole nation to smoke. And it's also how we got a whole nation to quit smoking. So the thing is, there really are good prescriptions here. And the only thing I get from you...
Wait a minute.
Hang on.
We're talking about self-deletion of men.
Almost done.
Okay.
Yes. That'll help with self-deletion of men. Yes. And it's one of the biggest contributing factors. Single motherhood, another huge contributing factor. These are all things which we need to mitigate. And by the way, these are all great prescriptions. You said I don't have none.
No. For a second. That's what you said. Now, here's the deal. These are great prescriptions. I happen to live in the time that you're talking about when the FCC didn't allow
I happen to live in the time frame that you're talking about.
Degeneracy, and I was able to live through the time where they started to allow it. So I, unfortunately, was able to see a time where America was great, and now we had dysfunction. So I agree with some of those things. That took place probably 40 or 50 years. It would take a very, very unique scenario for that to occur when you have Cardi B and this type of music out here. And she's a single mother divorcee with a man that is having babies with multiple
that's
men.
a good argument.
Okay, so how...
That's an actual argument.
Hold on for a second. No, that's something that you agree with. That's okay.
No, that's
okay.
an actual
that's okay.
argument.
No, it's an agree. You just agree. You can be humble enough to say you agree.
That's an actual argument.
No, listen, you don't have to be, you don't have to belittle or attempt to belittle.
Well,
I'm here a grown-ass man.
The argument
just say
is
you agree.
propaganda
Hey,
takes
listen,
time.
listen. Just say you agree. You want to be the
It's not
answer,
a matter
but
of
just say
agreement.
you
It's a
agree.
matter of recognizing that was an
It's
argument.
okay, sir.
It's
I know
the only
you're
argument
not
you've
used
made
to
the whole
somebody
debate.
across from you. No, just say you agree. You can humble yourself in the side.
Is this why people is this where people are talking about CGA losing the debate because things got a little petty? I don't know. All right, guys, I think this is going to have to go into a part 2, mainly because I've been doing this now for 4 hours and 26 minutes, and I'm actually all right. I'm actually doing okay. So yeah, listen, guys. So we are going to, the live streams are going to start to occur on a regular basis. I took a little bit of a hiatus because I was doing a little bit of traveling. Very, very much looking forward. Oops. Very, very, very much looking forward to Very much looking forward. So Devin and I are going to be in Las Vegas in a couple of weeks. We are going to be there for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. We're going to be there for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Very much looking forward to that. And so I cannot wait. Cannot wait to get to Vegas and to watch the F1 race, which is going to be awesome. There will be a part 2 tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. My thanks to all of my super chatters. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.